Workshop scheduled for 5:30 this evening. Mayor Funk hasn't arrived. We haven't heard from him. Councilman Crowley won't be here till 7 p.m. due to another commitment. So we'll begin the discussion of the 2019 budget and levy. Kelly Grinnell is going to lead us through that.
All right. Good evening, Acting Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So for tonight, it's a little different in how I will present the workshop materials. I would typically do that in a PowerPoint presentation, but since we're going to be talking about the budget and the levy later in the meeting, I'm saving my presentation for then so I don't bore you too much. So what I thought I would do is I would go through the report I wrote for the budget workshop and see if there are any issues that we need to resolve before we get to the final adoption meeting later tonight. So in terms of the overall budget and levy, there haven't been too many changes since the last time we met, and we talked about the budget. I believe that was about a month ago we met, and we talked about possible reductions to the budget and also looking a little more at specific items that were on the as potential cuts. And as staff reviewed those, we did not think it would be good to do any of those cuts. So unless we hear otherwise, the budget will contain the items that we had in the original budget. So overall, the proposed budget is about $30,000 lower in terms of the levy increase. And that was due to a couple of factors. We were able to decrease the levy, and then we also had an increase in state aid.
Can you just elaborate on the state aid piece of that just a little bit? I mean, just kind of inform everyone how that works, please.
Yep, that relates to aid the city gets from the, it goes from the state to the county, and it's for police coverage. So the amount we had budgeted was about $30,000, and we got more than that, and that's the amount we'll have going forward. So with the increase that we had in the police contract, they were then able to increase the share of county aid that, or police aid that goes back to us.
Okay, so that was directly related to our increased expenditure?
Yes.
They increased their, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So in terms of the overall levy, we're looking at $4,080,000 for the general fund levy. That's a levy increase of $365,000. For licenses and permits, we're showing an increase of about $39,000. For intergovernment revenue, we've got an increase due to a public works safety grant. So we will get, I believe it's a 50% match on that one, Ann, is that correct? And then our other revenues are increasing by about $14,000 due to interest income. When we look at expenditures, you can see that there was a few departments that actually had decreases in their overall budget, but we also had some minor increases, and a lot of that is due to just inflationary factors. You know, electricity is going to go up every year, things like that. So generally a 2 to 3% factor for inflation is in there. One of the items we wanted to talk about tonight was 2019 staff salaries, and Doug may jump in here at some point because it's kind of his territory, but the city has a salary range for their employees. We formally adopted that salary range after a study was done in 2013, and the consultant updated the numbers in 2016. So we're due to completely redo the study in 2019 because after a certain number of years, it doesn't pay to really update it. You need to completely redo it. So What we've done for 2019 is budgeted 3% increases for those employees that are above the midpoint of their salary range, and 4% increases for those employees that are below the midpoint. And one of the things Doug would like to do is take some of the savings we realized in the open enrollment period. We recently had open enrollment, and we had 3 employees that opted out of the city's health insurance, so that,
3 more than last year.
yes. So what that does is it saves the city some money. We have to pay them to opt out, but it's a lot less than what it would pay to have them on family health insurance. So with that, Doug was looking at being able to give a possible additional increase based on performance. So those employees that don't merit an additional increase would not get one. So the other thing to note is with cities and salary ranges, oftentimes they will have a cost of living increase, which is, in that 2 to 3% range, but employees are also move up steps in the organization, and we do not have that. The employees simply move up in a range. There's not a step that is given every year, every 2 years. So the budget as presented tonight does factor in that savings from the health insurance and does allow for some limited increases to those employees that would be deserving. So,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, we, while those are the budgeted numbers, that we evaluate every employee, and if there are employees that are not satisfactory, they will get less than that, and then we think a few will get more than that based on merit.
With respect to salaries, employees, from your experience, Doug, in different cities, how many cities have personnel committees looking at this type of thing on a regular basis? We used to have one, and I'm just thinking that if that would be a good idea to implement that again.
I have not worked in a city that has a personnel committee,
Really?
to tell you the truth, yeah. But
And let me speak to that, because I was on the last personnel committee that existed, and that went away with the change from Plan A to Plan B, because the staff all reports to the city manager. And so the HR consultant gives us an analysis of salaries versus actual pay, so we can make sure we're competitive, not over or underpaying people. But then it's up to the city manager to disperse those funds. So, we budget whatever it is, 2-3%, and then the city manager disperses those per the individual performance reviews at their discretion. So, and I think given we're a Plan B city and the staff doesn't report to the council, only the city manager, I think that, to me, that seems like an appropriate reason to not have a personnel committee.
It feels like, and I get that there's merit there. I feel a little bit like we're kind of in the dark when we're trying to evaluate raises from the budget standpoint without having some comparison to other cities. I mean, black and white document in front of us. It's just a personal thought. I feel a little bit, like, okay, well, if we're going to raise everybody 3% every year, it's like, okay, but.
Well, and I think if that was the case, I would share your concern. But I do think that given that the budget process begins in June or July, if that is a concern of yours, and again, I'm done. So it's just a personal recommendation going forward is in the beginning of that budget process, request the city manager to do the study and bring back the data so that you can have confidence that the requested budget increase or not is appropriate.
Finance Committee can get into some of this
Sure.
in the early stages of the budget process. The other thing is we did see some comparisons of our key positions with other cities earlier this year, and we fared well, if I remember.
that's correct, and I think if you look at across the board, that that the raises that we're suggesting here will not put you out of sync with other cities. And Kelly's point that a lot of cities have step increases in addition to this. I was at a meeting today with city managers, about 8 of them, and every one of them had a step increase involved. So and they were talking about giving increases in their ranges of about 2.5% to 3%, plus then the employees get a step increase. Now, in most of those cities, the step increase probably gets that person up to the top of their range in about 5 or 6 years. Whereas here, if you give only a cost of living, range, that person will not get up toward the top of their range. We generally hire people as low in the range as we can compared to what they were making before and what we think they're worth, but we don't hire people at the top. So the expectation that they should move up a little bit in time until they get to the top, and then when they get to the top, then their only salary raise would be some kind of a cost of living increase. So yes, and I looked at the watershed actually put out a list of increases, all the cities around the lake, and those increases for this year, just the ranges, not any merit or steps, is around 3% is about the norm.
Yeah, and Gwen, our HR and communications manager, also and she looked at all of the positions in the city, and I believe all but 2 of them were below the average that the League of Minnesota Cities puts out in their salary surveys, so.
I guess the summary from my perspective is that would probably be a good line item to expand upon a little bit as those initial budget discussions are starting, is to talk about the League of Minnesota Cities in data that doesn't cost us anything and it's out there, as well as any internal recommendations and basis, just to expand on it a little bit. I mean, I think it's a valid point, and rather than just a rubber stamp on a number, a little background would be, I think, informative.
The other thing that we had shared with the council some months ago was a private sector study that showed that the companies were generally in the 2.5% to 3%, as I recall, Kelly. You shared that with me, so that seems to be somewhat the norm this year in a lot of businesses also.
So you still continuing with the general fund, or?
Yes, I thought I would talk a little bit about the salary one, just because that's the additional amounts is a new thing since we met last, so wanted to make sure that was okay with council. Otherwise, the other numbers in the different departments, overall general government is going up just 0.2% for the year. Public safety is going up about 3.4%, and a couple of reasons for that is the duty crew expansion. There's 10,000 for that, and then the warning lights for the fire station is 10,000. Public Works is seeing the biggest increase, and that's due to 3 main factors. One is the start of a new Public Works employee. That'd be about 46,000. The fuel card reader for the Public Works building for 30,000, and that is an item that was originally intended to be put in when the building was constructed, and due to the budget, we couldn't afford it. And in terms of looking at that as a deterrent for potential fraudulent use, safety and security for the Public Works building, staff really feels it's important to have that in place and be able to accurately track the fuel that is used. As it is now, anybody that needs to use that fuel card reader needs to drive to the Public Works building, actually go into the building, get the key for the fuel pump, go out, fuel up, come back in, put the key back in the building, log their fuel, and so it's a lot of potential for problems if one of those steps is not done. So,
and we probably have entire fire department and maybe 40-some people that have access to our building with that, so it's not a good situation.
Well, it sounds to me too, just like the actual physical process that you've just described is a use of staff time that if you start putting an hourly rate on
Yeah,
versus pulling up, swiping the card and moving on.
yep.
There's probably an ROI on there if you really want to take the time to figure it out.
Clearly, we probably should have done this when we built the building. Rather than-
It would have been good, it's just we were coming up against a hard budget number, and so this was one of the items that was able to be delayed.
Before we move on from this one, the fire protection line there. So I know that there's a, $31,000 increase versus budget, but I also see year-to-date through 12/4 that we're underspent there by 80, whatever, maybe $85,000, something like that. Do you expect that $85,000 will be spent by year end, or did we not do something?
I think we'll be underspent a little bit. The wages for the on-call firefighters is trending a little bit lower, although the fourth quarter tends to be our highest wage quarter for the year, so, but I think we will have some savings in wages. I also think the $15,000 payment we make towards the pension was made after this was done, so $15,000 relates to that and will show up on the next report.
Thank you.
And then to kind of close out the expenses for the general fund is the Parks Department, and that's going up about 2.1%. So overall expenditures are going up about 5.1%, which is not really a high number when you consider both inflation and then the growth of the city. We had 198 new home permits last year, so that translates into about 600 more residents to provide services for.
So, before you get out of the expenditures, the professional services, do we have a strategic planning covered in there for 2019?
We have that under the mayor and council line item. So yes, we do have money allocated for strategic planning.
For a full process?
Yep,
How much is that, by the way?
I think we have 6,000 budgeted.
That covers a consultant and everything?
Yep,
A day of a workshop or something, or?
yeah, like a day-long Saturday, and then if needed, a quarterly or follow-up.
And where would we find the expense for Q Life for the city manager search? Is that actually getting expended
That's-
this calendar year, or is that in a 2019 budget line?
Part of it is in this year's budget, because we contracted it with them for the community development director position. So that shows up under professional services. So you can see we're over budget in professional services for 2018, and that's because of the expense for the searches.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the last thing to consider for the general fund is the proposed transfers, and those have not changed from our last discussion. So unless there are any questions about those, I'll move on to the recreation center budget. So for the recreation center, we've got overall revenues increasing 3.4%. And there's a couple of things in there. Charges for memberships is going up. And that one is going up by, I believe it was 19,000. And then the lease that we have with the school district is going up by about 9,000. So those are the two main drivers for the revenue increase. For expenditures, we've got an increase in the wages and benefits category, and that's due to an employee opting in for insurance. Otherwise, the other big increase is for capital outlay. We've got 50,000 budgeted for replacing fitness equipment and then upgrading the bathrooms. And these are items that have been identified in the facility condition assessment, so we've known these items were coming, and part of the fund balance in this fund is designated for those replacement needs.
I have a question. 50,000, how many bathrooms are there over there?
We would defer to Ann on that one.
It sounds like a small number. If you're upgrading all the bathrooms and some of the fitness equipment, that doesn't sound like enough money.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Council. There's so many bathrooms out there, I don't even know if I can begin to count them all. So we're looking at the ones in the older section of the building, not the newer section. And we won't be dealing with all of them. We'll be just dealing with a couple at a time. So it will be an ongoing, it'll be ongoing. And the worst restrooms, or facilities in the building we'll tackle first, so.
The same with the equipment?
Yes, so ideally, we'd like to, so we've got equipment up there that is over 15 years old now, when the building was new. So we're going to just start picking away at replacing some of that too as we go. So that's our plan for 2019.
With respect to the restroom upgrades, can you just give a very high-level description of what degree are they going to be gutted and completely redone, or?
Most of the issue is the tile work is the biggest issue that needs to be done. We'll look at fixtures, sinks, toilets, lighting. One of the things that we had considered, and there has been a lot of requests for, are saunas within the two locker rooms. And a couple of years ago, we did get some estimates on those, and we ended up pulling back on them because of the pool study that was done and the concern of using the locker rooms existing to also accommodate the pool facility. So, but that's something we'll look at too in 19, is to bring that back.
It does raise a question. You're doing a few a year. Should we be waiting? I mean, this sounds like it could take 5 years to redo all the, should we be waiting that long?
The facility assessment itself, it gives us a real general guideline on when to do things. And again, it's just sort of like our CIP. And things break, things need to be replaced. Overall, I think that the facility is well maintained, and we do keep up with things. So I think the strategy, and the dollar amounts would significantly increase on an annual basis if you're looking at, doing them on all at once. So I think the strategy to just kind of deal with the worst ones, things that are outdated. We've done that with some of the carpeting, with painting. And that's all within the assessment as well about when a rough life estimate of facility. Certain things, some last 10, 20 years. So you kind of try to plan out accordingly. So
the facility is self-sustaining. The tax levy isn't supporting this. So I should be careful what I say.
Yeah. And, we've done it. We've tried to do a really good job of, we know at the end of the life, which, it could be 50 years, but then you're still going to deal with the next 50 years after that. But we've really tried to start saving money now, because a roof out there is going to cost $500,000, and that's not that far off. So we've been trying to bank some money along the way.
I just worry about the fact we stopped supporting this with the tax levy a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think it was
I
2
would hate
years
to
ago.
see you get in any trouble
Yeah.
where we have to reverse course.
Yeah.
How does fund balance look for that roof replacement? I mean, obviously, that's a long term.
Yeah, and I think it's about $1 million that we've got banked after next year, I think, around that.
Yeah, a little bit more than that,
Yeah.
1.1
Yeah.
million.
And we'll see where we come in this year as far as our balance, and anything we've got left over that will roll over into the total fund balance. So, and usually we've been in that 20 to 30,000, I think, range annually that goes back into that budget. So
you're feeling good about your ability to keep up with the maintenance in this?
so far,
Okay.
yep, so far, yeah,
Thank you.
yep.
Okay, so anything else on the rec center? In terms of the overall levies, we touched a little bit on the general fund levy. The debt service levy is just gonna go up slightly. It's going up to $1,135,000 from $1,132,500. So just about a $2,500 increase in the debt service levy. So what that means is the overall levy increase is proposed to be about 7.6% compared to last year. If you look at the city's long-term financial plan, the 2019 column has got a rectangle around it. And you can see the tax rate is programmed to decrease from 32.75% to 32.41%. And then the taxes on a median valued home, the median valued home increased slightly from 397,000 roughly to 404,000. So we'd be looking at a $13 increase in the city portion of taxes for the median valued home, or about $1 a month. And then if you look in the long term, the city's tax rate is projected to possibly decrease a little bit. I say that we have it planned that it's going to go down a bit, but with the growth the city's having, I would hate to commit that it's going to go down. But right now, it's looking good that it will probably actually decrease a little bit.
I do want to interject at this point. After the Great Recession, property values decreased, revenue decreased, and I think during that time, the staff did an absolutely fantastic job figuring out exactly what we could do without, and ran very, very lean. And we've challenged you every year to find a way, even if it's, a couple hundredths of a percent, to do something to get that tax rate to decline. And so this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years running that you've been successful at doing that. And I know it doesn't come without a lot of hard work and a lot of attention to the details. So I thank you and all the staff leadership for making that a priority, meeting that challenge.
I've had this discussion with you, Kelly, so it's not anything new. The idea that we're projecting these lower and lower tax rates out into the future, to me, is very, knowing that it's very nerve-wracking, knowing that Victoria is a growing city. I highly suspect that these numbers don't reflect reality. We want to hold the tax rate in check, but we certainly, faced with the pressures of growth, it's going to be very difficult to even see any numbers like this that are on this schedule. I guess it's nice just to know our current tax rate is flat, and we are significantly lower than we were in 2014.
Yeah, it's come down quite a bit. And it was
Because-
even in the 40% back in the mid-2000s, so.
And I think as long as there is interest, and this continues to be a community that people want to live in and do business in, and the tax base is growing, the levy is still increasing. The amount of money coming in is still going up, and it's that balancing act of getting the sort of economies of scale and the taking advantage of that momentum that I'm always pushing to see the realized in terms of tax rate. I think last time I looked, we were the third lowest in Carver County. The only lower were Chanhassen and Chaska, and again, as everybody always cites, it's largely due to their commercial tax base.
Which is double residential, so the key to our tax success is to get more commercial.
All right, any other comments on the long-term financial plan? We'll take a look at the three budgets for the utility funds. So we have water fund, a sewer fund, and a stormwater fund. Overall revenues for the water fund are projected to decrease slightly, and that's mainly due to a decrease in operating revenues. In looking at the city's water consumption during the summer months, I felt it was important to budget conservatively for that because we've really been putting an emphasis on water conservation. So I pushed back a little bit the numbers that we had for water consumption during those summer months. So what that results in is a decrease of about $33,000 in water operating revenues. If that money comes in, that's great, but I wanted to just dial that back a little bit. In terms of non-operating revenues, we're looking at similar numbers for connection fees, no recommended changes for those, and we're projecting the same number of homes. And then the one thing I'd like to note is the interfund loan repayment. 2019 will be the final year of that. The city had a loan in conjunction with the 13.5 acres, so 2019 is the final year for that. So in terms of expenses for the water fund, in terms of operations, some of the expenses are lower, and that's due to a lower allocation of public works staff time, and then a little bit of less projected maintenance in the coming year. The big item for the water fund is going to be capital outlay for 2019. There are multiple projects going on. We have well 2.5, which is under construction. That's a $700,000 project. We have well number 5 scheduled to come online. That is close to $1.6 million. And then we've got the extension south of Marsh Lake Road. So all told, we're looking at over $3 million in capital outlay. What this means is that the city's cash for that fund would decrease by $2.6 million, and that is assuming that we use the money we have in reserves to pay for all those projects. Right now, I think the city could do that and could avoid bonding for those projects. We'd still have cash of about $500,000 left over at year end. So again, that's part of the reason why I wanted to budget conservatively on the water sales, is that didn't want to come up short. So.
And again, I think this is just a great testament to strong financial management, having the cash in reserves. That's the purpose of building fund balance, so these capital improvements, these next pieces of infrastructure don't require another piece of debt and debt service to our citizens. So I think my vote would be to use the cash as identified in here and kind of celebrate the fact that there isn't more debt to go with those expansions.
And continue to be prudent in the future, and make sure our rates are giving us enough to cover operating expenses plus future growth.
Yeah, and the budget
Future
projected
needs.
is not forecasting a change in the utility rates, at least for the water fund. So I think the rates have stayed the same for this fund since 2011. So it'll be 8 years in a row now without an increase in water utility rates.
So this
How
full,
that compares to our peer cities?
I do have a graph that I will be
Okay.
showing in a little bit, so that'll show those numbers.
this does fully fund well number 5?
Yes.
Does.
Yep.
Is there any storage capacity with that well, or are we just building a well?
Kara could talk a little bit about storage capacity, but with the water tower we have and the new, well, it's not so new now, but the 750,000 gallon underground reservoir we built, I believe we're okay on storage for the foreseeable future.
Hello. That's correct. So with the construction of the latest ground storage reservoir, we're good, but you're never done. If we're continuing to grow, we'll continue to plan for additional storage, wells 6, 7, and 8, and water treatment plant number 2. But those are all out
Okay.
beyond our planning window based on current population projections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly, what's the primary driver here of accumulating our funds for these large expenditures? Is that the core fees, or is that the rate itself, or is that a combination?
It's a combination. The core fees we have, when we initially instituted those rates, they were designed to cover roughly a third to one half of our debt service on the existing water treatment plant. So some of the revenue from those core fees is already designated for that purpose. We typically try and have our operating expenses covered by our operating revenues, so our regular utility fees, and then the money that we've saved from the core fees and the availability fees coming in has been designated to expand that infrastructure. And then the new homes also that we have coming in, the revenues they pay will also, go back into that pot to help pay for well 6, well 7, well 8, and
Or the replacement of existing wells,
2.5.
like 2.5.
yeah. Yep. Okay, so then the next budget would be for the sewer fund. And for the sewer fund, we are projecting operating revenues to go up by 7.7%, and that's due to the increase in new homes and then also a 2% increase in rates. For the last, I don't know, it's probably been 4 or 5 years, we've been increasing sewer rates 2% to build up a fund balance, and then knowing that we will have expenses like the lift station south of Marsh Lake Road coming up. Sewer sales are, the revenue we get from that is based on our winter quarter averages, so it's fairly, I wouldn't say easy, but it's easier to predict than water revenue because most people use the same amount in those winter months. For connection fees, staff is recommending that the sewer availability fee be increased from $1,690 to $2,000 per new home. And that is to help pay for the costs of the infrastructure south of Marsh Lake Road. We're going to be talking about that later tonight when we talk about the, I believe it was the design approval later on in the agenda. And then also I have $1 million in bond proceeds. Unfortunately, we don't have enough in the sewer fund to pay for all the proposed infrastructure that is needed in connection with the Marsh Lake Road improvements. So there's $1 million in bond proceeds identified. In terms of expenditures, the operations are fairly neutral with the exception of the Met Council fees. They're going up by about $68,000 or 13.3%, and that's not because of significant rate increase on their part. That is more to do with the city's growth. They charge the city based on our connections, and with the Victoria Flats coming on board in that time frame, and then the 198 homes we had, that is why we have such a big increase. So for capital outlay, we've got the Marsh Lake Road project, so that's extending sewer south of there, and then also we have Lift Station A, which is a large lift station. It's much bigger than the typical ones we have. So with that, assuming we would borrow $1 million for this, we would have roughly $1 million in cash at year end. So the amount we borrow could vary. Maybe it would be $500,000, maybe it would be slightly more than $1 million, but for just to get a start, I thought $1 million was a good idea. And that's also factoring in some of the capital outlay we have planned in the next 2 to 5 years. So any questions on the sewer fund?
So what's going to determine whether we bond for 500,000 or $1 million? If we identify other needs?
I think a lot of it is going to depend on the number of new homes that come in the next 6 months and what we get for core fees and availability fees. So if those are trending similar to what we've projected, then I would say we'd want to bond for $1 million. If we get a lot of new homes coming in the next 6 months, we might be able to use whatever we've had coming in from that to reduce the amount that we'd need to bond for. And then the last fund would be the city's stormwater fund. And for this fund, we are proposing another rate increase. We've been increasing rates the last few years to try and accumulate a fund balance to plan for pond maintenance that's going to be ongoing over the next several years. The city has over 90 stormwater ponds that will require some maintenance. So the rate increase would be to go from $23 to $25 per quarter in 2019. And that would result in about a 13% increase in operating revenues. So it's generating about $38,000. In terms of expenses for the fund, they are lower than what they were last year, and that's due to less capital outlay that's been planned. The capital outlay that's planned for 2019 is to purchase jointly with Carver County and the city of Carver a third street sweeper. So right now there are two that are shared among the entities, and this third street sweeper would be jointly purchased. So that would help with availability of that street sweeper. It seems like most of us need it at the same time frame, generally that fall and spring. So that will help. There's $42,500 budgeted in this fund, and then there's $42,500 budgeted in the Public Works Capital Equipment Fund. So we're splitting the cost for the street sweeper between the Public Works Fund and the Stormwater Fund, since it's kind of a dual purpose with that street sweeping.
And this is 1/3 of the total cost?
It's 1/3 of the total cost. So the machine is $85,000 times 3, which I believe is $255,000.
With 3 entities and now 3 sweepers, does it make sense to continue for this to be a joint exercise? I know we did it when, again, budgets were very, very tight, and we were creative and found partners when our Pelican died, but here we are with 3 of them now, so. I'm just
Yep,
curious.
Councilmember Striegel. We, the city of Carver and Carver County and Victoria, we had a long discussion about that. And I think that still one of the benefits that we have, or we will realize, is that if, as the community continues to grow, we will have that opportunity to use 2 now or 3 sweepers. If we've got a big event or we've got an issue, we can still pull in a sweeper from somebody else. Obviously, one of the challenges that all 3 of us have, everybody wants to sweep at the same time. And our goal, the seat time for us is our issue that we've been dealing with the last couple of years. We want to get out to sweep more often to prevent stuff from going into the stormwater ponds, to hopefully prolong the life of them without having to go in and clean them. And I know Councilmember Vogt is, and I'm waiting. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for questions from you as well about this. But we all, I think, after a long conversation, we still see benefit. And the 2 sweepers that we have today are 6 years old. So they down the road will need to be replaced, and we have agreed to, at that point in time, let's take a look and evaluate the relationship, and see what we want to do with that. So, but we still see value in that partnership.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the projected ending fund balance is $288,000. That's, we've talked about this, and this, in my mind, is scary low, in the sense that how many ponds we have? 85? Somewhere, 90? So we're up to 90 stormwater ponds. If one of those ponds goes belly up, whether it's a serious problem where we have to dredge it or something, what's the cost of one pond remediation?
50, 80 grand.
50, 80 grand?
And certainly it's going to depend on what we find in the pond, what the contaminants are, the level of contaminants, and the quantity, the volume of the muck, where it is. We are looking at 2 ponds actually for next year. Carver County is looking at doing some upgrades to a couple ponds that go into Bavaria Lake, which are within the city of Victoria. One pond was completely fine with no contaminant. I shouldn't say no contaminants, no level 3 contaminants. And the other one, they did find some contaminants level 3s in, which means they require special landfill. So we're going to find out, the cost of that. We've asked them to do some more additional research on that. Because of the opportunity, again, where they're going to upgrade the ponds, we saw that as a perfect opportunity to go in and look at, what is the level of the muck in the pond. So we will continue to evaluate in that. We'll have a better understanding, and the size of the ponds matters. If you've got an acre pond versus a quarter acre pond, there's certainly going to be cost differences in that. So it's really, unfortunately, it's hard to pinpoint
We
a
can't
dollar.
raise this fund fast enough.
Yep. I would tend to agree with you on that, and I think one of the things that we as staff have internally looked at was looking and evaluating our current structure of what the stormwater fee is per properties, and that's something I think we'll try to embark upon as we move forward.
Yeah.
What percentage of is it fair to have a 2-acre parcel and a half-acre parcel, and you're saying paying the same dollar amount? So those are things that we need to look at too as we move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I really think you do need to look at that carefully. A lot of other cities would charge more for commercial property that has a lot of runoff as opposed to, and you can have some different charges for stormwater. So I think that's something in the long run you need to look at.
Yeah, that's a good thought. We need to get more commercial properties so that we could even have a problem like that. But,
I do think the amount of street frontage, in other words, the amount of area per property that is potentially flowing into the storm sewers and causing some of this is relevant. Maybe not 2 acres if they only have 50 feet of frontage in its depth as opposed to width. But I think there's, and we don't need to sort it out here, but just that there are different ways to view that.
But it's the amount of hard surface that
Correct, yeah.
really,
I kind of look at this as if we have 90 ponds and we're presently checking them out 2 a year, that's 45 years. And we're not keeping, we won't keep up. There's got to be a better solution down the road.
Okay, so as promised, the utility rate comparison. And similar to last year, I think we do compare pretty favorably. This chart shows what the annual utility billing is in various cities based on 2018 rates along with the city's proposed 2019 rates. So you can see that the cities of Orono, Medina, Minnetrista, Carver, and Waconia, those residents all pay more for water, sewer, and stormwater than Victoria residents do, even under the city's proposed rate increase for 2019. Shorewood has a lower rate, but they also do not have a water treatment plant. So, and then of course, Chaska and Chanhassen have lower rates, and with the number of residents they have, they're just able to spread out their fixed costs among a higher base. So overall, I think we compare favorably.
what would be the impact on a house of the rate increase you're talking about, basically?
For stormwater, it would be $2 a quarter, and then for the sewer portion, they'd be looking at about $1.50 a quarter. So we're looking at $3.50 a quarter. Over the course of a year, you're looking at $14. So
That's on a base of about a little short of
5,000 gallons a month.
Well, on a base of about a $700 or $680 bill, you're going to add
Yes.
$14. So is that 2%?
Yeah, about 2%.
And I think, you look at this chart, there's a range there, low being a little over $500, and a high of a little over 1,000, and we're sitting at that. So we're lower than the midpoint, lower than the median. Which is interesting, because we've had a reputation, including with me, of having expensive water in Victoria, so, it's interesting to see the facts don't necessarily bear that out.
So this chart is a rate, just per 60,000 gallons. So
Yes.
It's comparative.
Yep, so over the course of a year, this is what you'd pay in these given cities if you use 60,000 gallons of water.
Is 60,000 kind of a average or typical consumption number for annual?
Yeah, a lot of the studies, we do a number of surveys, you know, people will ask for, you know, how much would the bill be, and so 5,000 tends to be the number that is typically requested, and I believe our average is about 14,000 gallons a quarter, so that's pretty typical for our city. The last thing to talk about is the 2019 to 2023 CIP. And one of the important things to remember with this is that nothing is formally approved by the council adopting the CIP, but the numbers for 2019 that are in an operating budget are adopted, but they're still gonna come back to council because they're over 10,000. So everything that's on here will ultimately come back to the council for approval, but this is a way to guide the city to know what we need to save for, so. General fund, we just have a few items. We already touched on the fuel card reader for the Public Works building. That's the only item for 2019. In the Public Works Capital Equipment Fund, you can see that there's amounts to be spent every year, and particularly 2020, there's two big expenditures, replacing a loader and also replacing a dump truck. However, it's important to note that the money we're saving in the Public Works Capital Equipment Fund is adequate to cover the planned purchases through 2023, and we even project out 20 years for this fund. So when you look at the 20-year trends and what we need to replace, with the transfers coming into the general fund, we do have enough to cover the planned purchases. For TIF District 3, this is just an attempt to pencil in some items. There has not been any formal commitment by the city to spend this, but we do have $480,000 available from TIF District 3 that we can use for TIF eligible expenses, things like utilities, street reconstruction, sidewalk reconstruction, upgrading crosswalks. So the intent is to identify there's money here, and then there are some projects that have been discussed but have not been approved. Another item that's new this year is the paving of Lions Park parking lot number 2. We've got this out a ways. We've got it scheduled for 2023. That is a gravel parking lot that would require some substantial work because of the soil condition. So that one is just in here as it's identified, and whether or not it goes forward, at least we know it's on the radar screen.
Does that paving then also make it hard surface that would require a drainage pond, or is this?
There probably would be some type of drainage required as well. I don't know the
that-
specifics on that, but
Is that in this number?
I believe it's included.
Mayor and Council, the estimate includes some provision for conveying the stormwater and tying it into the existing storm sewer system in 80 or Victoria Drive. Because the parking lot's currently Class 5, just paving it doesn't necessarily trigger us into anything, but certainly we would need to go through the permit process to see what would be required.
And if it's tied in at Victoria Drive, does that pond where that drains to have adequate capacity?
That's stuff we'd have to look at as part of the design process.
Thank you.
Okay, so then when we get to the park improvement fees, we don't have a lot planned. A lot of the items we've pushed out a little bit, just given the uncertainty with the Lake Wasserman Park. The one big item that we still do have in there is Phase 2 for Lakeside Estates Park. So, given what will happen with Lake Wasserman Park, some of these items might get shifted, or some of the items we pushed out to further years might be moved up. The fire truck and equipment fund is similar to the Public Works Capital Equipment Fund in that we transfer money each year from the general fund to pay for equipment replacement as it comes due. So we have some big ticket items coming up. We've got replacing the SCBA's for the fire department in 2019, and then we've got, we're actually gonna replace 2 trucks with a mini pumper in 2020. However, we do have adequate funding in that, in that fund for the planned purchases. And similar to the Public Works, we look out 20 years with this fund as well, just to make sure that we will not run out of money.
But the good news is we're replacing 2 trucks with 1 truck.
Yes.
We're-
The charitable gambling fund, we're projecting to use a portion of the funds from this to pay for the lights at Lions Park. If you look back at the park improvement fees fund, you'll see that we also have $100,000 there. So the lights at Lions Park is a $200,000 project that would be split between the 2 funds. We've already talked about the sewer fund for what's gonna happen in 2019, and then I had mentioned that there were some other large projects coming up in 2020 to 2023. So things like another lift station, some trunk sewer replacements. So the items listed here are all able to be funded, assuming the current revenues hold for that fund. We talked about the street sweeper for stormwater, and then the street improvement bonds section. We've talked about a number of these. Whether or not these items happen in the years presented is unknown, but we felt it important to at least identify them. And then the other factor that's unknown is how much of that will be borne by the city. So, for instance, the Steger Lake Lane West improvements we have listed at $4 million. But obviously, that's something we would likely be working with the developer on that, because the city would not be bearing the full cost of street, water, sewer, and stormwater. So those are in there to indicate total cost, not necessarily the city's portion. And then we have the county identified items for intersection improvements. We've got the PED crossing improvements, which we also talked about during the TIF 3 fund discussion, and then the street overlays, which will start up in earnest in 2021. For Marsh Lake Road, if we build that to state aid standards, we would have approximately 2.2 to 2.3 million in state aid, so it's important to note that. And then finally, the water fund, we talked a lot about the 2019 capital improvements. Looking forward to 2020 to 2023, there aren't many capital improvements planned other than reimbursing developers for water main oversizing. So that was a very quick and brief overview of the CIP. And then during tonight's council meeting, we'll again touch on this if there are any further questions about the CIP.
That the,
That's it.
does that conclude it?
That concludes it.
Any further discussion on this workshop before we close it?
I'm good.
So I'll close the December 10th budget workshop. The mayor still isn't here, so should we take a break or continue on?
Let's
Take 5?
Oh, okay, whatever. I'm good. Keep rolling.
Take 5 minutes, and then we'll just do the economic development.
You're gonna call me? What'd you say?
Okay, 5-minute break. Here we go.
Yep. Dean? which will be the first order of business. I'd like to make note that our attorney this evening is Mr. Dave Anderson. And we will begin the discussions. Kelly, the meeting's in order.
Okay, so the first item would be to adopt the minutes from the September 10th, 2018 meeting.
I make a motion, we adopt the minutes from the
September 10th.
September 10th, 2008.
I'll second.
Sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries as there's was a majority. Next item is the staff report on the levy.
Yes, the EDA adopts a levy of $188,000 each year for debt service on the 2014 A bonds that were issued in conjunction with the construction of the City Hall building. So staff is recommending that the EDA board approve a resolution to approve the final special HRA tax levy of $188,000. And I'll pull that resolution up.
I will make a resolution, or make a motion to approve resolution approving a final special HRA tax levy of $188,000 for debt service on EDA limited tax lease revenue bonds, Series 2014A, for collection in 2019.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving this resolution for a final HRA tax levy, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Seeing none, motion carries. Is that the end of the business? I believe so, for the EDA meeting.
Yep, so you can go ahead and adjourn that.
I will adjourn the December 10th, 2018 Economic Development Authority meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against? Majority. Motion carries. We'll start the council meeting. So welcome to the December 10th, 2018 Victoria City Council meeting. I'm Tom Boat, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Funk isn't with us tonight. So we'll go to the first order of business, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Next order of business is to adopt the agenda. Does anyone wish to make changes to the agenda as written? Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion, we adopt the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Seeing no nays, motion carries. Next item is the open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for citizens to discuss with the council items not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on the open forum agenda, you should have filled out one of these slips. So the limit of the speakers is 5 minutes. The first person that has asked to speak is John Carlson.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to address the Council this evening. The purpose of my wanting to comment this evening is to congratulate Kelly Grinnell, our Finance Director, on her new position with the City of Chaska. Tomorrow is her last day with us. I think the workshop today that we just happened is a testimony to the kind of quality, experienced, competent person that we have in that role. And I know she's going to be dearly missed. You know, most people in the community are never going to know about a Kelly Grinnell, because she works behind the scenes. But to my fellow residents, I want you to know that we're losing a really good person. I've had an opportunity to get to know Kelly because of my work on the Finance Committee and other engagement. The city of Chaska, it's going to be their gain, in our loss. But I do congratulate her because it's a great promotion. And I believe it does validate the work that she has done and the strength of the financial position we have. The good position is I think she leaves us with a strong base with our financials in terms of the records and the system, the metrics, and everything. As someone who served on the Finance Committee, I can tell you my printer has not always liked me when I've had to prepare for a Finance Committee meeting because of the amount of information, and I sometimes like to go old school and print it out. And there's been no lack of transparency when it comes to the financial information that Kelly helps provide. I'd also like to call out, by the way, Trish, who's our accounting technician, for her great work, and I know Kelly would probably like me to acknowledge her as well. I would say that as a city, we've had a heck of a lot of loss of staff in critical, important positions, and I'm hopeful as our new council begins in January that we can have a new beginning and we can make sure that we can change the climate and the partnership that we have with our staff, because we pay a price in this city when we lose high quality people like Kelly Grinnell and others. So Kelly, congratulations. I'm sure I speak for a great many other people. Thank you for all your service of 10 years of service. You've accomplished a great deal. I think about the awards we've received in terms of our communication that we provided to the public. Just on the Facebook page or on the city website today, it announces another award we've received thanks to your good work. A number of months ago, we were informed about our bond rating from S&P going up to AAA plus. That stuff doesn't just happen. So congratulations, Kelly. And to the residents of Victoria, let's make sure that our public officials build a great climate for staff so that we can continue to have and build a team of Kelly Grinnells. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Reader, will you be commenting further in your report?
I will be.
Okay, thank you.
I'm personally going to comment further on what John said at the end of the meeting. The next person who has submitted one of these forms is Brad Johnson. Come up, please. State your name and address.
My name is Brad Johnson. I live at 1390 Marigold Circle in Victoria. If I may, I'd like to hand out a couple things. You want to take one and pass them down? This, my presence here was encouraged by Mayor Funk. The pictures that you'll see is of my driveway as a result of the result of the Marigold Circle road project over the summer. This project was poorly managed, poorly supervised by a company that was less than stellar in their workmanship, in their honesty, just all around. I have a stack of emails here. I didn't want to waste a bunch of paper, but this is the emails that I've sent back and forth to staff, city manager, council, Focus Engineering. This is dated August 8th. This is since the driveway incident. I had many, many concerns starting July 5th when this project started. This company destroyed my sprinkler system, which they did pay for. I've been asking for help from the city since August 8th. My driveway still looks like that. And I cannot seem to get any answers. I have called 3 paving companies. 3 paving companies refused to comment in writing, but all 3 said, good chance this will never come off. Over time, years, it might fade, but this is a direct result of their lack of attentiveness to detail, again, their dishonesty, and the way they manage this project. This project should have had city staff, project managers on site just about every single day because of the poor workmanship this company provided. So I'm here today to ask for answers, to have a point person that can contact me with the result of your decision on what to do. I'm more than willing to hand this over to somebody if they like the emails, but they're all here. I did have one company say that they might be able to remove this driveway marking. No guarantees. Does anybody have questions for me?
So, Mr. Johnson, are you pointing out the tire marks on the driveway? Is that what you're?
They're called tar track marks. Yep.
Thank you. And so my question for staff, I've seen all sorts of marks removed from highways by MnDOT. I don't know what they use. Would something like that take it off?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think Mr. Johnson has talked with the contractors, and I'm not sure they've identified something that would take it off. Is that correct? Or
Valley Paving lied their way through this. I went to other contractors that said there is really no good system to take this off. It might bleach it, you might grind it off, in which case I'm going to have a huge different looking portion of my driveway. The company that said they may be able to do it said, good chance I'm going to have to do your whole driveway because of the discoloration.
So I guess I'm troubled by the fact that Mr. Johnson's had to take on this remediation or the investigation of it by himself. It seems to me if this is a direct result of, road and street improvements, which you get the pleasure of paying for a portion of it, that we should make sure he's at least whole when the project is done. So I don't know what the normal process is for getting some accountability to this, but if Valley Paving did this, does their contract hold them accountable for fixing it?
Kara, if I can speak for Kara, she did check. She's been my main source of communications through this. She did check and went all the way. I'm not sure if you're the city attorney that checked with this, but apparently they had no basis for going after the company, holding their funds being paid to them against the damage to my driveway, which to me doesn't make any sense because this company had to pay me for 4 damaged sprinkler heads as a result of their carelessness during this project.
So have we paid the retainage on this contract?
No, go ahead.
Pop on up. We haven't issued their final payment yet. We are waiting, as we have been waiting for months now, for them. They need to provide sign-off from one of their subcontractors, and they're having a dispute with their subcontractor, so we can't issue final payment until such time as they provide us that sign-off.
Well, what is the process? I mean, I think we have a dispute here as well that, and that seems to me like it should be part of this, satisfactory completion. And to the extent that they're willing to drag this out, I don't think that means Mr. Johnson should have to wait And if we have to remediate it and deduct it from their bill, then, I mean, is there a process to do that?
So the question that was posed to the city attorney was just that, whether he concluded whether we could deduct the amount estimated to address the driveway from the final bill owed to Valley Paving, and the conclusion was that we couldn't. So we certainly can talk about that when we actually have the final payment and provide that information to the council as part of the packet. Mr. Johnson did go through the contractor's claims process, so had the pleasure of working with their insurance company to submit a claim through that process, and the insurance company rejected the claim.
So,
as
Mr.
well.
Johnson, did this happen to some of your neighbors?
I believe there was one other neighbor that had some markings on them. This happened at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When I got home, half my driveway, half of Marigold had been paved, the other half had not. The other half looked wet. I drive a white car, so I'm real cognizant of driving on tar. I wanted to get home. I said, "Can I drive on this?" They said, "Yep, no problem, it's dry." I said, "It looks wet." They said, "Oh, no, you go ahead and drive on it." So I creeped on to my driveway, which was about 4 houses in, and backed in my driveway, and lo and behold, there's the markings. And beside where I backed my car in, there was already a car that had been in there. Marigold Circle is very short. They should have been able to have people along the way advising people what to do and what not to do during that time. They did go back. The insurance company went back despite the 8 or so people at the corner of 78th and Marigold that day that I inquired about driving in. They all lied their way through it and said, "No, nobody ever asked us anything." I would not have driven on that had I known it was wet. This was a very dishonest company. My first question on August 8th, 8:14 a.m. was to Mark Scholey. I definitely want Valley Paving to accept responsibility for this. That was back in August. We're
So their fundamental
in
dispute
December.
is they're saying they never, they didn't have any part of this, that they weren't asked, that it was just,
correct.
wasn't one of their vehicles, and they didn't suggest it was okay, so they're not on the hook.
Correct. That's their interpretation.
Okay. Thank you.
So our city engineer and our city manager have been aware of your issues. You've gotten the
Yes.
correspondence, and
And
you're up to date on everything.
I must say, and I'm sorry to say, it's very poor communication,
From
Mr. Reeder.
Mr. Reeder.
I come from a city where I was a fire department official for 25 years at Excelsior. I've never seen a city manager back out of this like this has happened.
So what's the plan going forward? Where do we go from here? How do we get this?
Mr. Mayor, as the city engineer just said, I think we need to wait until we get to the end of the project. And our hope was always that the contractor would be able to work out something with Mr. Johnson. That's what I told Mr. Johnson some time ago.
Yeah, it would seem that we'd be at the end of the project. It's December, right?
Well, we are, but apparently they haven't asked for their final payment because they've got a problem with the other person.
Partway through this project, council, they destroyed 4 of my sprinkler heads along the curbside, all not connected with the project. It was purely carelessness, driving on my property when they didn't have to, and they had to pay for it then and there. I'm not understanding why this can't be done.
Well, we certainly have you on record, and we have the documents. I think we need to go forward and proceed with contacting the contractor and working this a little more before we reach any conclusions. We still do have the retainage on the contract. So do you know how much money that is?
Not off the top of my head, but a lot more.
A substantial amount.
Yeah.
Do we have any kind of timeline that we can offer Mr. Johnson for when the Valley Paving will sort out their subcontractor dispute and submit final pay requests, so there's some idea of when this thing can finally be put to rest, and if not, can we seek that information and drive this thing to a conclusion?
My team calls them every week, so we've been harassing them for quite some period of time to get in with their final paperwork. From my conversation with the city attorney, that's pretty much all we can do is hold their money and wait to pay them.
Have they offered any timeline?
No. Well, they've said timelines, but the timeline comes and goes, so.
Do we know what the dispute is about?
They had a subcontractor who did some additional work for them because they weren't ready when the subcontractor came on site to do the work, so they're disputing compensation over that added work that the sub did. And it's in the thousands of dollars range, so it's not an insignificant amount for the subcontractor.
I think we should move forward and try to get some resolution. I realize we've had conversations with Mr. Vos, but we probably need to have another conversation with him. I would think that if this company wants to do business with us again, they'd try to help us take care of this problem. And we do. I'd be, as a council member, I'd be in favor of holding on to this retainage money as long as possible
I
until we
agree.
get some resolution.
It's really our only leverage at this point. Hang on to it. Let's reach out to them again and see what we can do, see what we can work out. There seems like there should be something, some type of, I don't know, if there's like an acid wash or anything, anybody talk about something like that?
This can't be, how long have people been paving and using asphalt and tar and so on and so forth? This can't be a unique problem. I just can't believe it. Can't believe it's unique.
Well, I did have an appointment with them to come out and visit, both Mayor Funk and myself at my driveway. They canceled that. They indicated they had, some business with the city they had to check out before they got there. I checked with Mr. Reeder, Kara, probably the mayor. Nobody had any idea what business they were waiting for. They never came back to visit me.
Mr. Mayor, we'll continue to work on it as we have been, and, but we're at the point where the big hole we have is our money, and,
I think we should hold on to the money, because we need resolution on this.
I would
And,
suggest that it be made a future agenda item. It's only a suggestion for me, but that it continues to remain visible to the staff and to anybody who's listening, that this project was not handled and has not been resolved satisfactorily until it is.
we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member, staff, or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered immediately following the motion.
Excuse me,
Did we,
Sorry, I'd like to remove something from the consent agenda.
Name and
name and address?
Sorry, I didn't know how to do that, sorry. Sarah Kuhn, 820 Interlochen. I'd like to remove an item from the consent agenda.
What is that item?
That's the meeting minutes from the last meeting
Sure.
for discussion.
Okay, we'll remove that. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Anything else? I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the meeting minutes.
so moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So we'll start I guess the procedure would be to look at this item on the agenda.
I would just, and my reason for removing this is just to clarify that the item on page 5 of page 6 of 6 pages, Victoria Residents First website, that actually was a discussion with regards to the Victoria Residents First Facebook page, not the website. The website has been taken down, and so within that area, that section, wherever it refers to website, it should refer to the Facebook page, just for correctness.
Do we
That
have a
was-
good
that
reading?
was all.
Madam City Clerk, do we have a good reading of what was just said?
Yep.
Okay,
So to swap out Facebook with website.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the November 26th City Council meeting with the amendment to replace the word website under the Victoria Residents First topic with Facebook page.
do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor of approving the city minutes with the amendment as noted, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Seeing no, nothing against, motion carries. Okay, the first item on the regular agenda is the public hearing and the truth on taxation hearing for the final 2019 levy and budget. Kelly?
Do you need to make a motion to open the public hearing? Is that the
That
correct
is
approach?
the correct approach.
And we can wait to do that until I get through the presentation part of it.
Sure, let's do that.
Good evening, Mayor Tam and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Tonight is the last step in the city's 2019 levy and budget process. We had a workshop earlier tonight, so the presentation I have tonight I'm going to go through rather quickly since we've already covered this material earlier tonight. So we'll cover the 2019 budgets, levies, and the capital improvement plan. After that's covered, we'll ask for public input, have council discussion, and then the final step would be the adoption. Just a quick note on the city's funds. The city accounts for its revenues and expenditures in different funds. So under the category of governmental funds, we have the city's general fund, which is one of the larger funds. We have special revenue funds such as the Victoria Recreation Center Fund, capital project funds, and debt service funds. And then under proprietary funds, we have the city's three utilities for water, sewer, and stormwater. The budget process is a long process. In June is when we first submit requests from the departments. In July, the Finance Committee takes a first look at that original budget. We have a council workshop in August, followed by adoption of the preliminary levy and budget in September. The Finance Committee will continue to look at that budget in October and even November if necessary. This November, we considered budget cuts during that month. Typically, that's something we do earlier in the year, but this year we had a request to take a look at budget cuts, and we did find some reductions. And then finally, the last step tonight is to adopt that final budget and levy. Some of the highlights of the general fund budget, revenues are projected at just over 5.2 million, expenditures at about 4.4 million, transfers are 822,000, which results in a slight contribution to ending fund balance. We are projected to be at about 1.35 million in ending fund balance at the end of 2019, which meets the city's goal of having 30% of the following year's expenditure on fund balance, and that's primarily for cash flow purposes because the city does not receive property taxes until July. So the city's revenues of 5.2 million, that's an increase of 431,000 over last year. And that's primarily due to a $365,000 levy increase. In looking at the city's revenues by type, taxes and franchise fees make up the bulk of general fund revenue at 80%. Charges for services come in at about 472,000. Licenses and permits at 490,000. Intergovernmental revenue is 54,000, and then the category of other, which is insurance dividends and investment income, makes up the other 1% at about 48,000. In terms of expenditures, that 4.4 million roughly is an increase of 211,000 over last year. Some of the primary drivers for that increase are the addition of a public works worker to start in April. We're also looking to add a fuel card reader for the public works building. And the fire department would like to add to their duty crew program and then add some warning lights near their fire station to warn oncoming traffic of the fire trucks. So all told, those three factors total about 96,000. In terms of how expenditures follow or show by function, general government is about 1.5 million or 35%. Public safety comes in at about 1.3 million. Public works is just over $1 million at 24%. And Parks and Recs makes up 12% of the general fund budget at about 500,000. We can also classify expenditures by object. So if you look at the general fund, wages and benefits make up just over 2.2 million of the general fund budget. There might be some concern that wages and benefits are over half of the budget for the city, but when you look at the entire budget for the city and you factor in all the funds, it's much less than 51% when you factor in the water funds, the sewer funds, the capital project funds. So general fund just happens to hold most of the salaries for the city. Supplies, repairs, and maintenance makes up about 500,000. Services provided by companies is about 1.2 million. Utilities is about 200,000, and then the miscellaneous category is about 4% or 150,000. And then we have a small portion for a capital outlay at 99,000. Transfers for the year are projected to increase significantly. We're looking at going from 572,000 to 822,000. One of the primary reasons is the increase in the long-term street maintenance fund, and this is to cover planned overlays in the future. And then we also have an $80,000 contingency, and there's a couple of reasons for this. One is that the League of Minnesota Cities has expressed some concern with the city, and there's a possibility we could be looking at either coverage losses or deductible increases. And then we also have some significant items that have been identified that don't have a dedicated funding source right now. A couple of those items are the sidewalk improvements to the downtown. A number of our sidewalks do not meet the ADA requirements, so that is one item. And then staff has also talked, and the council has talked about some intersection improvements. So the 80,000 could be used towards one of those projects or the insurance. The final levy that would include the general fund, the debt service, and then also earlier tonight the EDA levy of 188,000 that was passed is included in these numbers. The total is just over 5.2 million. This is $30,000 less than what was adopted by the council in September. That levy is up 7.6% over last year's levy. There are two components to the levy, the general fund component and then the debt service, which includes that HRA levy. Like the last couple of years, there is no rec center levy required. If you look at the city's levy history, you can see the general fund here is highlighted in the yellow bar. You can see that in 2009 and 2010, the levy was higher than what it is in the years 2011 through 2017, and it didn't actually surpass that amount until 2018. The red bar shows the rec center levy, which we no longer have, but you can see that that steadily decreased from 2009 until that was eliminated in 2017. And the main reason we were able to eliminate that is positive cash flow from operations, and then also the refunding of the recreation center bonds. And then finally, the blue shows the city's debt service levy. And this has increased a bit. It's held fairly steady the last few years. And this is primarily due to the city's commitment to the street reconstruction program that's been going on since 2003. Each year the city has issued bonds for those streets, and now we're at a point where they will be starting to drop off approximately one a year. Market values for the city showed some good growth last year. City's taxable market value increased over 9% to just over $1.5 billion. Of that amount, 57% came from new construction and 43% from existing properties. In terms of the city's market value, 97% of it comes from residential, so that'd be single family and apartments. About 2% comes from commercial, and the other portion comes primarily from agriculture at 1%. City's tax capacity is closely related to taxable market value, and that went up about 8.6%, and roughly 1.2 million. So what would this proposed tax levy and budget mean for residents? The tax rate would actually decrease slightly. It'd go from 32.75% to 32.41%. The median valued home increased about 2%, going up to $404,200. So that homeowner would see their taxes increase about $13 annually. They'd go up from $1,294 to $1,307. So the city tax portion for that homeowner would be approximately $1 per month. And like I said, the final tax levy was about $30,000 less than what we certified in September. What that means is that that tax that would have been $1,315 went down to $1,307. So the increase was roughly halved. It's important to note when you get your property tax statement that not everything on that property tax bill goes back to the city. So the chart I've prepared shows the breakdown of your property tax bill, and these numbers are based on 2018 tax rates and a home in the Eastern Carver County Schools district. So of that bill for 2018, about 43% would go to the school. The county would collect about 28%. The city is about 25%, and then other taxing entities make up about the other 4%. If you're interested in calculating your property taxes, and in this case, the example I use is the median valued home, you start with the city's estimated, or your home value's estimated market value. In this case, it's $404,000. There is a small homestead exclusion for that homeowner, so they would have a taxable market value of $403,338. To get the tax capacity for that home, you'd multiply it by the residential tax rate, which is 1%. And then that tax capacity of $4,033 would get multiplied by the city's proposed tax rate, which is 32.41%. So the end result is that you'd have the tax bill of $1,307. In terms of comparing what's happened with the city's median valued home versus what's happened with taxes on that home, you can see that that median valued home decreased in value from 2009 through 2013, And after that, it has steadily regained value to now where it's over 400,000. At the same time, if you look at taxes, which are represented by the orange line, you can see that taxes on that home were higher. They were approximately $1,381 in 2009 versus $1,307 proposed for 2019. Another chart I like to show is what's happening with other Carver County cities. So this graph represents what's happened with levies in cities between 2010 and 2018 and what's been happening with population. So Victoria definitely bucks the trend. We have had the highest population growth in that time frame, and we've also had the lowest growth in our levy during that time frame. So moving on to some of the other budgets that we would adopt tonight, the Recreation Center budget is the next one to consider. We're looking at revenues of just under $1 million for the year. That's an increase of about $33,000 from last year. That's primarily driven by a membership revenue increase and an increase in the lease revenue from the school district. In looking at where revenues come from overall, the lease with the school district provides almost 50% of total revenue. That's followed by 28% coming from reimbursements from the school district for operating expenses. And then the final category, one of the final categories, is charges for services. So this is what we would charge for people with membership revenues or memberships, either annual or monthly, daily passes, gym rentals, things of that nature. And then finally, the last category is other, and that's primarily interest earned on the balance in that fund. In terms of expenditures and transfers, the proposed expenditures are $681,000, and that's a $72,000 increase from last year. $50,000 of that is due to capital outlay that's planned, and that would be to replace fitness center equipment and upgrade the bathrooms at the facility. And similar to last year, we're proposing a transfer for debt service of $340,000. To break down the expenses for this fund, wages and benefits make up about 20%. Supplies, repairs, and maintenance is 11%. Contracted services is 9%. Utilities makes up a good chunk at 22%. We have a rather large electric bill, as you can imagine. The transfer for debt service is $340,000. We got the capital outlay, as discussed earlier, and then the other category makes up 1%. Moving on to the utility funds, the water fund would be the first one. We're projecting operating revenues of just over $1.3 million. This is a decrease of about $33,000, and that's due to more conservative forecast for water consumption. Non-operating revenues are budgeted at $635,000. This is an increase of $22,000 from last year. We're projecting the same number of new homes, so the connection fee revenue would be similar. And then the interfund loan repayment will be fully repaid in 2019, so that will be the last year that we have that. And we're projecting no change in water rates for 2019. Expenses for the water fund are projected at $4.585 million. That's a substantial increase from last year. It's almost a $2.7 million increase, and that's primarily due to planned capital outlay. What we have for capital outlay is $112,000 for reimbursing developers for water main oversizing. We're planning to complete well number 2.5. The total cost for that well is about $700,000. We're planning to construct well number 5. That's just under $1.6 million, And this would be constructed in the area south of Marsh Lake Road. It's part of the planned infrastructure improvements to foster development that area. And then also we would need to extend the trunk water main down to that area, and that's about $600,000. The sewer fund budget revenues are projected at just over $1 million. That's an increase of about $74,000 from last year, and that reflects a 2% rate increase in both the base and consumption charge, and then also the new home growth that is planned. Non-operating revenues, the budget is just over $1.4 million. That's an increase of just over $1 million from 2018. Part of that is due to a proposed increase in the sewer availability fee. We're recommending to increase that from $1,690 to $2,000 per home, and that would be used to offset the costs of the infrastructure improvements south of Marsh Lake Road. And then the revenues also includes $1 million in bond proceeds. To construct that sewer infrastructure south of Marsh Lake Road, we would not have cash on hand to do everything in that project, so we're currently forecasting that we'd need about $1 million in bonds. So sewer fund expenses total $3.167 million. That's up just over $2 million from last year. It's due to that planned capital outlay that we've talked a little bit about. So we typically have something in our budget for sewer main oversizing. For 2019, it's $215,000. And then we have $2 million for the lift station and sewer infrastructure south of Marsh Lake Road. And this would serve that large development area that would be opened up with that. And then finally, the last utility budget is the stormwater fund. So for this one, we have operating revenues of about $330,000. That's an increase of about $38,000 from last year. And that's primarily due to an increase in the quarterly rate. It would go from $23 to $25. And then there also is new home growth factored in as well. Non-operating revenues are projected to decrease a little bit, and that's because the city will have a lower investable balance compared to what we had the prior year. Expenses are projected at just over $300,000. That's down about $87,000 from last year, and that's because there's less capital outlay planned than the prior year. However, we do have $42,500 budgeted to purchase a third street sweeper. This would be a joint purchase with Carver County and the City of Carver. We currently are in a joint purchase agreement with them for the first two street sweepers we had. In terms of how the city compares to other cities that are of a similar size or in the neighborhood or in the area, the city compares pretty favorably. The yellow bar shows where we're at for water charges. The red bar shows our sewer charges, and then the tan bar shows stormwater charges. So you can see that Victoria's rates for 2018 and for proposed 2019 are both lower than the cities of Orono, Medina, Minnetrista, Carver, and Waconia. We are higher than the city of Shorewood. However, Shorewood does not have a water treatment plant. And then we are also higher than the cities of Chaska and Chanhassen, and it's hard to compete with them just due to the number of residents they have and the way they can spread their fixed costs over a larger base of residents. The city prepares a 5-year capital improvement plan, and it goes to council. Just because something has been adopted in the CIP does not mean it's automatically approved. Each item will go back to the council for formal approval. If a project is included for 2019 and there is a budget adopted, it would be included in the line item budget. And then the projects that are for years 2020 through 2023 are adopted for conceptual purposes. And it's important to note that the projects that are identified do have adequate funding sources. The general fund does not have a lot of planned capital outlay for the coming years. We talked a little bit about the fuel card reader plan for 2019. And then in 2021, we have replacement of a building inspections vehicle and the construction of a new warning siren for the area west of Lake Ridge. That item may move, it's all dependent upon how development occurs. The next big category for capital improvements is public works capital equipment. You can see that there's not a lot planned for 2019, but 2020 has a couple of big items. There is a replacement of a loader and replacement of a dump truck. Both of those will be at the estimated useful life end. We don't automatically replace items just because they're on the CIP. The city has a matrix we use to gauge whether or not replacement is warranted. So next year, those items will be evaluated to determine whether or not they should be replaced that given year. And then,
Kelly, sorry if I can interrupt. I'm curious if there was any sort of as a preview, do you run that matrix on the equipment sort of as it is today to see whether you think these are really going to occur in that year, or do you wait until we actually get to the design life or the plan life and then do the estimate?
Public Works will run it on some of the pieces of equipment, especially if they think it might not be meeting the score for replacement, but we don't do it for everything. So
for these two items, do we know if they're expected to actually need replacement in 2020?
Sure. Good evening, Council Mayor. Councilmember Striegel, we believe that the dump truck for sure will meet the criteria for replacement. And, we have moved out the loader several years, and we just want to keep that one on track because we're not sure exactly when that piece will be up. But it's likely we're going to get another few years out of that one yet. But based on the age and the hours, that's kind of where it's plugged in for next year. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
So each year the city transfers money from the general fund and places it in the capital equipment fund. So there's a balance that's accumulating, and then when you factor in the planned expenses, we do have adequate funds to make the replacements identified here. And then we also do forecast out an additional 15 years because of, the lifetime of some of this equipment is 20 years. So looking forward into the foreseeable future, we do have adequate funds to do those replacements. The next category is for fire department capital equipment, and we have a similar funding mechanism for this fund, and like that fund, we do project that we'll have funds available to make the identified replacements. For 2019, the fire department is planning to replace their self-contained breathing apparatus. We've had that equipment for a number of years, and we've gotten to the point now where it's just impossible to even replace parts, and I believe it's also not in compliance with, I'm not sure if it's OSHA or what the regulatory agency is, but it doesn't meet the standards, so we have to replace that. And then in 2020, we are planning to replace 2 trucks with 1 truck, a mini pumper. And then in 2022 is when we have another very large item coming up, and that would be to replace engine 12. For capital improvements for the park funds, we've got just one small item coming up next year, and that's the Detail Park picnic and ball field shelter for $30,000. In 2020, one of the big projects is to put lights at Lions Park. That is a $200,000 expenditure that would be split between 2 funds. One is park improvement fees and the other is the charitable gambling fund. And then looking out a ways, 2022, we're projecting that Phase 2 of Lakeside Estates Park would be done for $300,000. And then we have paving of the Lions Park parking lot number 2 in 2023. This is currently a gravel lot that would require some soil and base correcting, and then also some stormwater improvements. So that's in here for 2023. However, that I would say is a tentative project right now. We also have a number of street and street-related projects coming up. The improvements to County Road 11, some ped crossing improvements we're working with the county on. So we have that planned in 2019. We could possibly use TIF funds for that, and then street long-term maintenance funds are also an issue. There's also a possibility that the county would provide some of the funding for that. So that the amount we have listed is the total dollar amount, and it does not include any county contribution. We're also looking at $150,000 to upgrade the city's downtown sidewalks to be ADA compliant. And then the final big piece for 2019 is the street extension to Marsh Lake Road. We talked earlier about the water and sewer infrastructure improvements to facilitate development south of Marsh Lake Road. We'd also need to do a street extension, so that would be a $500,000 project. We have a number of other projects planned for 2020 through 2023. Whether or not those occur in those years is unknown at this point. And the dollar amounts in here are the total dollar amounts that may not include potential matches by either the county or possibly developers. When you look at something like Steger Lake Lane West improvements, that's something that we would probably have a developer share in that cost. In looking at the street long-term maintenance fund, we also have overlay projects beginning quite heavily in 2021.
Kelly, just a short interruption. The street improvements for ADA compliance downtown, that's different than the improvements that are planned to redo all the brickwork and the other work that was originally done in 2002 or 2003.
I believe that's the same
Is
project.
that the same?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So then the next big area of capital improvements would be for the utility funds, and we've already talked about those as part of the utility fund discussion, so I won't go into detail with those unless there's a specific question. Other than I will mention that for the sewer fund, we do have quite a few projects planned in years 2020 through 2022. One of the big ones is the trunk sewer replacement near County Road 18. And then also in 2020, we have lift station 11 scheduled for improvements for $300,000. So the city has a long-term financial planning module that we look at frequently. So the plan that we have in the packet tonight is the 10-year period from 2019 through 2028. And this plan incorporates council plans and goals. One of those has been to maintain or lower the city's tax rate, and then also maintain or improve the city's service levels. Another thing that's factored into long-term financial planning are city's policies, one of which is to maintain a 30% general fund unassigned fund balance. And then we also have a debt management policy that has two constraints on it. One is that the city's tax-supported debt should not be greater than 1.5% of the total city's market value. And then the other one is that the total levy of that, 30% or less should be from debt service. And the budgets as presented are well within those parameters. The current budget and levy are included along with forecasts for future ones. We also factor in what we have for current debt service along with what we estimate future debt service will be based on planned projects. And then in forecasting, we have some assumptions. So one of the ones that is really important is the number of new homes per year. Even though we've had 2 very good years, we're going to keep that number at 111 per year. We also project market value growth of existing homes and businesses to go up about 2.5%. And then we factor in what additional staff and equipment may be needed. We typically add in a public works worker every other year and factor in inflation at 3% a year. And then finally, the capital improvement plan items are also considered.
Can you put that back just for a second? Sorry.
Yep.
I'd just like to say to everyone here, this module, this discipline that this slide represents is the reason we have a AAA bond rating. This discipline has been here all this year and in previous years, and this is why we have a AAA bond rating. Not everyone has this or has it perfected as far as we have. Thank you.
Kelly has a little to do with that too, though.
And yes, and speaking of that, yeah.
So in terms of long-term projections, looking out through 2028, and again, these are assumptions based on what we have for current projections and are subject to change. You can see that the tax rate, which is right now in that 32-33% range, is actually projected to either decrease or hold steady through 2028. And what that means is taxes will stay fairly steady. There'll be some increases in that 20, 21, 22, and then between 2023 and 2028, we're projecting that they're going to hold fairly steady and still not significantly above the 2009 levels. So what are the next steps? The next step would be to hold the public hearing on the proposed budget and levy. So this would be an opportunity for anybody in the audience to ask questions or make any comments on what's proposed. Then council discussion on the proposed budgets and levies, and then final adoption of those levies and budgets and CIP. So that's...
Okay, with having said that, I'd like to open the public hearing on the proposed budgets and levy. If anyone wishes to speak or have comments on the proposed budgets and levy, please come forward. All right.
I'll make
Can
a
I hear a
motion to close the public hearing.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Time to go through the individual motions.
First, thank you for the lengthy, detailed, helpful summary. I know there's, hard as it is to believe, there's a ton more that you could say if you wanted to really dive into it, because this is a huge project. But having said that, I will make a motion to approve resolution adopting a final tax levy for 2019 taxes payable.
Do I hear a second? I'll second that motion. Any further discussion by the council? All in favor of the motion to approve the new levy, say aye.
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 All against, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution adopting the final 2019 general fund and Victoria Recreation Center fund budgets.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution adopting the final 2019 water fund, sewer fund, and stormwater fund budgets.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of this motion say aye.
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 All against say nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
And I will make,
Motion approve a resolution adopting the 2019-23 capital improvement plan.
I'll second a motion. Any further discussion by the council? All in favor of this motion say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. So it's time to review the new revised fee schedule. City clerk should come forward.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. We'll just go through these one by one for the page numbers that I've got outlined there, and then if you want to bring up the fee schedule. So the first item was the planning department is asking for $1,500 for the escrow for the sketch plan, and then that can be rolled over into the preliminary plat and the final plat. So
Can you
because
pull that mic down?
engineering is for the engineering costs and other things that the planner has for sketch plans. So that would be a $1,500.
It's an increase versus the fees that are collected today for
Yeah.
new.
Yeah, although it can be rolled over into when they go to the preliminary stage.
so it's just moving $1,500 forward?
Could be, yeah. It's going to start at the sketch plan versus the preliminary plan.
Thank you.
The next one on page 2 is just increasing the permanent sign to $75, an increase of $25, and removing a price for the remodel. And then there's also the increase of the valuation of park dedication value from $100,000 to $105,000 to keep up with inflation. Page 3, and Kelly talked about this in the discussions with the budget, was the sewer core charge, increasing that from $1,690 to $2,000. And then on page 5,
Cindy,
yep,
it actually would be the sewer availability
Oh.
fee increasing, so just to
So-
note that in the record, it's the sewer availability charge going from $1,690 to $2,000.
Okay, sorry about that. So it'll be for the sewer availability charge, and I believe that's when they hook up, right?
That's paid by the developer.
Okay. And then on page 5, just the fire department is renaming the fire sprinkler fee to the miscellaneous fire protection projects. And then on pages 6 through 8, these are raising the fees at the Park and Rec Department just to keep up with inflation. They haven't been raised since 2012. And that also plays into the budget that Kelly had talked about. And then on page 9, just there, when there's a recording at the county, it usually costs the city $46, so it'd be passing that amount to the homeowner or whoever is asking for something to be recorded, and that would be for $50. And then on page 10, the annual consumption and display permit is actually run through the state, and their dates are from April 1st to March 31st of each year, where our regular liquor license are from July 1st to June 30th. So that's a different one. And then on page 12 was what Kelly discussed in the meetings regarding the sewer rate charges increase and for the consumption for 1,000 gallons, and then the increase of the quarterly stormwater charge from $23 to $25. And then on page 14 is the contracted services for public works it will be labor, the cost charged the city plus a $10 administrative fee. For that would be for like mowing grasses or whatever needs to be done there. And then the block party barricade rental from $35 to $50. And normally the Public Works delivers that and picks it up from people that do that. And then on page 17, it's a new line item for the fire department for incident responses, and then a special event pay per firefighter per hour to $24. And then if you approve all these after your public hearing, then we would recommend the ordinance be adopted and a resolution for the summary publication. So right now you would do that. Do you have any questions or concerns about any of those fees? Okay. So
Quick question, just do neighboring cities get sampled to look for how we compare, how competitive we are when these rate changes are contemplated?
I don't know.
Yes,
just
I think in
compile
all
them.
cases, the departments do look at what the other cities are doing.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to adopt an ordinance adopting a revised fee schedule.
I think you have to have a public hearing first.
Oh, pardon me.
The agenda doesn't show one, is that true? We need a public hearing for this?
It's under public hearings.
Okay. Okay, I'll open a public hearing to discuss the 2019 fee schedule changes. Does anyone wish to come forward and discuss any of the fee changes that were just mentioned by Cindy? Do I have a motion to close the public hearing for the fee schedule?
I move we close the public hearing.
All in favor?
Second the motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
Now I'll make a motion to adopt an ordinance adopting a revised fee schedule.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion adopting revised fee schedule, say aye. Aye. All against, nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
I move we approve a resolution authorizing the publication of the new fee schedule for 2019 by title and summary.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All against, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Next order of business is the final plat for Lake Town 11th edition. Pat?
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Lennar Homes is requesting a final plat of 37 single-family lots on 14.92 acres of land. Earlier this spring, the Planning Commission and the City Council approved the preliminary plat and rezoning to R2 of Lake Town 11th edition. The project is generally located north of Marsh Lake Road, west of County Road 11, and south of the elementary school.
I think so.
Excuse me, I have it.
Is this the project that has the villas?
No, this is the single-family homes.
Single-family.
They're R2, so they're smaller lots than your typical R1 subdivisions. So the aerial here shows the location of the Lake Town 11th edition. This is Vassar property that you just saw the preliminary plat for to the east of it. The school is to the north, and then it's shaded gray, the light green. This is the proposed plat. The Outlot A is a future subdivision that was already preliminary platted, and then the final plat is what's shown here, the 37 homes. The proposal meets the R2 zoning district requirements and is consistent with the preliminary plat. The city engineer has been working with the developer's engineer pretty closely on eliminating some of the discrepancies in the construction plans. As I mentioned, the final plat is consistent with the preliminary plat. and the conditions of the preliminary plat approval have been met in the final plat or will be met during the construction review. Staff is recommending approval of the final plat for the 37 single-family home subdivision, subject to the various conditions and stipulations listed in the resolution. Staff is recommending that the City Council approve resolution number 1868, approving the final plat of Laketown 11th Edition and the extension of planning Outlot A until May 2020. With that, I'll take any questions.
None here.
No questions.
In here.
Make a motion, we approve resolution number 1868, approving the final plat of Laketown 11 Edition and the extension of platting Outlet A until May of 2020.
Second.
Any further discussion by the council? All those in favor of approving this resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is discussion of 13.5 acre city-owned property.
Downtown parking sign.
Did I skip downtown? I skipped downtown parking signage. Sorry. Don't want to skip that one.
So an issue has been brought up by the downtown parking task force that visitors to Victoria do not know where the public parking lots are located. The task force members are recommending that the city install directional signage throughout the downtown to identify those public parking lots. Staff is recommending 4 directional signs that would direct visitors to the downtown parking lots. These would be simple metal panels, as shown on the monitor in front of you. And then at actual location of the parking lots, staff is recommending 6 illuminated signs that would be installed either on an existing light pole or have to have a new light pole installed. Sign Source is the company I've been working with over the last few months, trying to find the designs and the quotes for these signs. They originally gave us the 3 options that you see on the monitor. The one with on the left is just a simple P. The one in the middle is the P with the public parking written on the top and bottom of the sign. And then the one on the right is the public parking written on the bottom. I asked a number of staff members here, and they all suggested the middle one with a public parking written on top and bottom. A map shows where the proposed signs would be located. These directional signs that are metal would be located at D1, D2 on Highway 5, directing people downtown. And then at D3, when people come down Victoria Drive, they have option of going, continuing straight to the library and City Hall, or to the left to the public parking spaces. The areas labeled with L would be the illuminated location signs that would be on the parking lots. So the Royal Street parking lot, they have 2 entrances, so they would have 2 signs. The parking lot behind Vic's has 2 entrances, so they would have 2 signs on either Randy's Way and Qualmacut. And then the Flats parking lot would have a sign located on Steiger Lake Lane, and then the parking lot here adjacent to City Hall would have a sign. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council make a motion to authorize an amount not to exceed $16,455 to install the parking directional signage throughout the downtown.
Question, Pat. Put the schematic back on the screen if you could. D2, is that a directional sign for Quamaclet, or is it a sign for further down 5 to Victoria Drive? Which?
It would be there is an existing sign right now on Highway 5 that has a business. It's a green sign. It's on a street light, and it says Business District down Qualmacut. What we're recommending is to replace it with a sign similar, but it would add City Hall, Library, and possibly indicating the Business District again.
So the arrow would go down Quamaclet Street?
Correct.
Okay. Second question, the L signs, previous diagram had public parking on the signs as well as the P. Did I miss that?
Right, so this one,
The sign needs to be updated, right?
right, I used this one prematurely and I haven't changed that, but we are recommending going with the larger public parking lot sign here that has the public parking written on it. So it's obvious. Correct, the one on the bottom.
So, is the parking lot on the, I guess that would be the northeast corner of Victoria Drive and Highway 5, so out in front of the Borough and the Clock Tower building, is that public parking and is that already signed, or why is there no signage for that lot?
That is a public parking lot, and it's signed specifically for the tenants of the clock tower and for the borough. That's why we're not proposing to sign it.
Okay. And then an observant resident pointed out to me that the lighted signs need to go either on a pole, existing, or a new pole. And I look at this and 5 of the 6 look like they need to be on new poles, but I don't see those poles in the quote. They talk about brackets, but nothing related to the actual pole. And so I'm wondering if the quote is adequate to complete this project.
That is correct. So the quote is for the signs and installation. It's not for any additional poles. We haven't looked at figuring out where those exact poles are going to be. There is a pole already located at the flats that we could use. There is a light pole on Randy's Way that we can use. There is a pole that is on Quamaclit, but it's closer to the parking lot than it is the street. We haven't figured out if we can move that pole closer to the street, and then so that we would need one for the parking lot, the downtown parking, the City Hall parking lot already.
So I guess from my perspective, overall, this is great. It's quite a bit overdue. I think this is a conversation we've been having as a council for multiple years, but at the same time, it's a little premature. If the costs aren't included in here and we approve this budget, what happens when you go through these final assessments and you need more money for the polls? Then is it come back to council for a separate funding request, or what's the plan?
Most likely we would we'd try to figure out how we can do it as inexpensively as possible. If we need to put more light poles up that are much more expensive, we'd come back with those requests. We haven't got to that point. We're trying to do this as quickly as possible, and that's why we wanted to get this going in front of the city council.
So this would allow us to order the signs, which takes some time to make, right? That's
correct.
What we're trying to.
What is the turnaround time on these signs once you order them?
They said about 6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks from now, so holy mackerel. So we don't want to do anything that slows this thing down, though. So Councilor Striegel's concerned about the money, I share it, but we need these signs, and we need it quick. And so you should just keep moving on this, come to the council for
As quickly as
possible, but don't slow this thing down by any means.
Yeah, we'll come back if there's any additional funds needed for the extra light poles, but it's something that Public Works, city engineer, and staff will have to look at, figure out what poles are needed.
I do have one additional question. Sorry, I should have asked this before. It occurred to me that there's no signs on Steger coming in, if you're coming in from the east, through past the car dealer. There's nothing on Steger that says anything in this design, and I would think maybe it would be helpful if you had at least a library city hall sign on Steger as you're coming in from that direction. Is that?
I think that's a great idea, because it would also then potentially reduce some of the congestion if we start bringing traffic in from alternate routes rather than all going down to the light and taking a right.
I'm sure we could find some areas that we can install a sign there.
So how are you gonna pay for that one?
You would, so that the,
Maybe when you
That-
come back with the poll request for funds, you can add the money for additional signs at that end of town.
So Kelly, tell me again where the money for this is coming from?
We have some money set aside in the
Department.
Pat's department, planning department for wayfinding signs. I believe it was 3,500 this year. We also have a similar amount budgeted for next year. And then the remaining difference, we'd be able to pay with unspent 2018 general fund expenditures. As is typical, we're gonna be under budget for expenditures, so.
So if this 16,000 grows to 20 or whatever, I mean, we're not gonna be caused to rethink this whole thing at a later date.
I'd say do it, but report back what the final numbers look like.
Or just say not to exceed. I mean, what's that sign?
so that one sign would be an extra $1,300, so you would,
So not to exceed $19,000.
I would say not to exceed 20 or 25 here. Let's get this done.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
She has an opinion.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, Council. One of the things that I also think we're going to need to look at with the illuminated signs, we're going to need to look at power. So we're going to need to jump that price up a little bit more for the installation of power, if you want to illuminate them.
It's gonna put batteries on it.
Unless you go, yeah, solar, we could look at solar as an option too, so.
yeah, that's
but-
why we were looking at the light poles.
Yeah. And there is some power downtown and there is some not power downtown, just so you know. So
it's
that's
20
another thought
Is the
in,
capital 25,000
I think we're getting closer.
probably
yes.
in the ballpark that
Yeah.
we can keep moving?
Not to exceed 25?
Not to exceed 25,000. Report back to the council as soon as you know.
Can you go back to the motion?
So we're back to,
I have it right here. I move we authorize an amount not to exceed 25,000 to install parking directional signage throughout downtown.
Second.
any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Next item is the discussion of the 13.5 acre city-owned property.
13.62.
13.62. This is this Mr. Striegel?
Yeah, I'll take this.
Councilor Striegel?
So I don't take this subject lightly, and from either perspective, either mine or Councilmember Gregory's. And I work to avoid making this a public conversation. We had an agreement close to 2 years ago that if there were concerns about conflicts of interest, that we would attempt to resolve them amongst ourselves privately. I made that attempt on 3 separate occasions. The first last July of 17-ish, and I placed a phone call, and Councilmember Gregory didn't accept the call or acknowledge receiving it. The second time was shortly thereafter. I approached him face to face, and we had a cordial, somewhat lengthy conversation about those concerns. And at that time, I didn't ask for any particular resolution, just asked to be to give some thought to how, if challenged, he would respond. And then the last time I brought it up was last week after the conversation became a topic of discussion with a developer having a development agreement with the city. And I let it be because I didn't really want to have the conversation unless it became relevant with a development request. So then, in the interim, there was also a road improvement proposal for Steger Lake Lane West. And at that time, Councilmember Gregory recused himself from the discussion as his property fronts on that road. And whether that is a conflict or not, I thought it was good to acknowledge the potential, or at least the potential appearance. And but then at that time, he explicitly stated that he would not recuse himself from discussions around development. And again, because there was no active development proposal, I let it be. And again, before bringing this forward, I did talk to a number of other people in different positions because I wanted to make sure that my concerns weren't, overblown. And my concerns really stem from the desire, I think, virtually everybody who's watching has, which is we've got this parcel of land. We've got a lot of money invested in it. We want to turn it into a productive part of our city. And I become concerned, and I'll get into the details, that Councilmember Gregory's continued participation in discussions around that development create a liability for the city, could create reluctance on the part of a developer, and potentially blow up a deal. And so I do this, as I don't even say in abundance, but out of caution to try and make sure that nothing gets in the way when we do get the right party, the right partner, and the right development proposal. Nobody that I spoke to thought that this was an unreasonable thing, that recusal should, in fact, it was surprised that that we'd have to even have this conversation, that anybody of an ethical background would be very clear to them that there was, at minimum, an appearance of a conflict of interest and would, for the good of the community, take themselves out of that discussion, but that hasn't happened. So I just wanted to bring this forward, and again, it's for the good of the community to get this done. So the issues that I am aware of, and I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in my awareness of this, is number one, and in my conversation last summer, summer of 2017, Councilmember Gregory acknowledged all of these points. So there wasn't a debate about whether they happened or not, but just whether or not he could be objective. And so the first is that Councilmember Gregory and his father together put together a spreadsheet and attempted to charge the city double the value of their property, amounting to excessive $600,000 or $700,000 above market value to acquire property related to Steger Lake Lane realignment back 15 years ago. And this is kind of a long history of multiple approaches from multiple family members to take actions that I think make it at very least a question mark. Second is that Councilmember Gregory's son ran for mayor, and his key platform piece was putting City Hall on the 13.5-acre site. And this was after there was a public discussion where we all said we couldn't afford it because it was an extra $1 million that would come out of taxpayers' pockets to put in infrastructure. But certainly it would make it more attractive to a developer, but we just didn't have that money. The third, when Councilmember Gregory's wife, during her last application to the Park and Rec Committee, wanted to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to build a path and a walking trail around the lake, around the boardwalk, to make that same property more attractive to development. And then being not immediately adjacent, but right sort of across the street from this land, I think we've all acknowledged that senior housing is a goal that we share for this property. And Councilmember Gregory's business stands to also benefit by increased demand for his business from a senior housing project. And again, my goal here is to make sure that none of these very desirable things that we want to happen on the 13.5 acres, 13.62, sorry, are put in jeopardy. And then at the last meeting, these points to me were, as I debated whether or not to have this conversation, they were really highlighted to me when not only did the debate continue with Mr. Gregory's ongoing discussion and participation, but there was a competing proposal for that property, which actually included Councilmember Gregory's land. And I found it interesting that the mayor, as he was describing it, named the properties on both sides of Mr. Gregory's property, but left out the fact that his property would also be included should that developer or that proposal go forward. And Councilmember Gregory continued to participate in the conversation and ultimately vote on that motion. So I don't intend again tonight to make a motion here or to put this, I guess my point is to simply reiterate my request to Councilmember Gregory for the good of the community, for the good of the development, to recuse yourself from any discussions related to the development of this land. I have been a huge proponent vocally about private property rights, and I think any appreciation that your property would enjoy due to this natural development, absolutely, you should be a beneficiary of that. That is 100% your God-given and constitutional right, but to be a party in awarding, picking and choosing the winners and losers in that development, I think is inappropriate, and it puts the city in a precarious legal position. So that's what I have to say. And I think I'd like to hear comments from whoever chooses to weigh in.
Well, okay. First of all, if we could get a map up there, I would appreciate it, of the area that we're talking about. If someone were just able to do that. This isn't the first time this has come up. Councilman Striegel said that he's tried to make attempts to discuss this privately. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. But this isn't a new issue. This was something that I thought was settled almost 2 years ago. We had a workshop with the CDA, Carver County CDA, and during that workshop, well, as long as we got let's identify the properties. If somebody's got a mouse, could somebody circle where my house is located?
Victoria Care Center there, I believe, is the property.
Okay, that's my house. There's a property directly to the west, and then there's a property adjacent, the Pete Boyer property, further to the west, and that's on the north side of Steiger. And that's where the 13 acres start. So for anyone to suggest that I have an adjoining property to the 13 acres is blatantly misleading and quite frankly is downright dishonest.
Can I ask
to say, whoa, can I speak? I let you speak, so please don't interrupt me. I have no property adjacent or adjoining the 13 acres. So to suggest that I do is downright dishonest. Councilman Striegel talked about issues relating to my father's home, which was north of the Dairy Queen. That was my father's home. It's where I grew up. This has nothing to do with that property. That property was sold 2-3 years ago. I have no ownership in that property whatsoever. My only potential conflict would be my home. And that home is been my home for 30 years. So let me back up a little bit. Again, I said this issue came up almost 2 years ago. We were entertaining or listening to a presentation by the representative of the Carver County CDA. She was proposing building a 45 unit senior housing project on the 13 acres. right in the middle of the question and answer session of that, Councilmember Crowley interrupted my question in front of our guest from the CDA and essentially made the charge with a blindsided attack that I have a conflict of interest and I should not be participating in that discussion. Councilmember Striegel then chimed in and said he wholeheartedly agreed. That prompted about a 10-minute contentious discussion in front of our guest from the CDA. Rather than continue questioning, we did not have our attorney present at the time. So rather than continue that, I refrained from any more questions from our guest from the CDA until I had an opportunity to have a private conversation with Mr. Vos. Needless to say, that was the last time we ever heard from the CDA. A few days later, and unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Vos here. A few days later, I did have a conference call with Mr. Vos and Ms. Hokanen. It was a lengthy discussion about this very issue. It was about a 45-minute phone call. We discussed it in detail. And as a result of that, and again, it ticks me off that he's not here, but as a result of that discussion, it was crystal clear to me that I did not have a conflict of interest with respect to discussing development on the 13 acres in regard to my home on 1885 Starga Lake Lane. At a subsequent meeting, I made that declaration. So for Striegel to say that he made attempts to talk to me about this is blatantly false. I made that declaration at that meeting saying that I had the conversation with Mr. Vos, we talked about the issues, and based on that conversation, I did not have a conflict of interest. Again, some of the issues that we talked about or reasoning behind that discussion and decision was that my home is not adjoining the 13 acres. That's been my home for 30 years. My home was zoned commercial when we purchased it. My wife does run a business there. She's run it for 24 years. If you look at the map, if anybody can draw a line, my home is actually closer to the eastern edge of downtown Victoria than the 13 acres. If you draw a line, I mean, I would call the heart of downtown east would be the clock tower. My home is actually closer to the clock tower building than it is to the heart of the 13 acres. So to suggest I need to recuse myself from development on the 13 acres would also suggest that I should recuse myself from essentially everything in the central business district, and I find that a ludicrous argument. That brings me to the legal review for this discussion. Again, ticks me off that Mr. Vos is not here, and this is all we have. This legal review written by Mr. Vos. This is all we have. And again, here in the first part of the legal review, he says my property is adjoining their 13 and a half acres. Blatantly false, downright dishonest for you to even allow that to be in there. Second paragraph. This is about as useless of information as anyone ever could possibly generate. I remain uncertain exactly what matters related to the 13 and a half acres the council may consider in the future. There are likely matters upon which Councilmember Gregory would be conflicted, others upon which he would not be. What the heck does that mean? We have had 3 concrete examples of issues that could be considered for this matter. We had the CDA project. We had the Tim Nichols project. And 2 weeks ago, we had the DJR project. all three of them could have been listed in here. Do I have a conflict of interest with the CDA? Do I have a conflict of interest with the Tim Nichols? Do I have? And he didn't list any of those. Those were concrete examples. That is what we are talking about. Development on the 13 acres, nothing more, nothing less. The proposal that you're talking about for a competing development, you're considering that a serious proposal? We had a gentleman come to the podium and says he knows a guy. He knows a guy that has money and might be interested in developing everything from Rose Street West all the way to the Dairy Queen. He knows a guy. And you say that was a competing proposal. We had, in the flesh and blood, people from DJR, from Simpson, and the proposal on the table was to give an exclusive agreement to that architect. And that's what we're voting on. Nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Striegel also talks about my wife being on the Park and Rec. Talking about possible trail connections is what the Park and Rec does. My wife is familiar with the area. There at one point was supposed to be a trail along the 13 acres. The taxpayers of Victoria already paid $500,000 for a trail that never got built. We paid $500,000. That money could have been better spent by lighting it up in fire. What a complete waste of money. So she was talking about it would be nice to have a trail. If you look in the nice sketch plats that we've drawn for proposals for the 13.5 acres, there is a trail on the north side of Steger that hopefully maybe someday might be built. Finally, I don't know. He said, yeah, well, it's often that people recuse themselves when there's an appearance of conflict of interest. Well, that's fine, but Mr. Vos didn't recuse himself when he had I thought, a pretty obvious conflict of interest regarding legal fees, considering his law firm was the law firm of record that was on trial, essentially, and you, Councilman Striegel, blamed Kennedy and Graven for the reason you ended up in the lawsuit anyways, but yet Mr. Vos was still our attorney handling that, and he didn't recuse himself. I would say that was a much greater conflict of interest. And if you want to talk conflict of interest, we've had plenty of discussions around conflict of interest. So, again, I'm very much at a loss here because Mr. Vos is not here to comment on any of these issues. We had the discussion, and I can't put words in his mouth, but I came away from that phone conversation and that I don't have a conflict of interest. I stated that on the record at a council meeting, and Mr. Vos never objected. No one else on the council objected when I made that statement. Yet here you are, nearly 2 years later, on the eve of your exit from City Hall, and you bring it up today. What a joke. Your floor.
Thank you. So is it your opinion that the development on the 13.5 acres, which would then sandwich your property between the existing downtown and all this new development, would have no effect on the value of your property?
Developing the 13.5 acres has been a high priority for this city from the day we purchased it. The vast, vast majority of all of the residents in Victoria want to see that property developed as a mixed use. We purchased it 10, 12 years ago for that purpose. If any development happens in Victoria, especially one with a commercial type interest to it, is of great interest to everyone in the city and would benefit the entire city. So to sit here and say that, oh, this is going to benefit you and you need to recuse yourself, again, I find ridiculous.
Okay, so I think the answer you said is yes, it will
No, that is
affect
not
you?
my answer.
Okay.
It
'Cause
will-
because you
it
made
will
the point
improve-
exactly that I
It will
made.
improve the value of your home. It will improve the value of Mr. Vogt's home. It will probably improve the value of Mr. Crowley's home. My home has been there for 30 years. I have a substantial investment in that home. My home is not slated for redevelopment. And to suggest that somehow all of a sudden some big developer is going to come in and want to swoop up and buy my home. I just had a conversation with Cindy before the council meeting. She asked, wow, that's a big home. It is a big home. We have a ton of money in it. And for someone to come in and even reimburse us for what we have invested in the home, that I don't even see happening. If at some point in time somebody wants to come in and redevelop my neighbor's property to the west or to the east, absolutely I'd recuse myself. Like you already stated, when it comes to reconstructing Steiger Lake Lane, I feel that is going to be a big topic of discussion, and it's going to be a costly project. And for that, yes, certainly I should recuse myself. But the 13.5 acres, if that's all we're talking about, absolutely not.
So, and again, the guy with an idea or a guy who knows people, I mean, the mayor advocated for it, so I guess.
He knows a guy.
I listened to the mayor make an impassioned plea that we consider that in an equal footing and not give any preferential treatment to the other proposals. So I guess it seemed to me that the mayor at least felt it was serious, and I guess I've said my point. I've made my piece. I think, and again, this may be a subtlety that is still new enough to you that it's not clearly visible, but
don't be
but there's
condescending.
a difference between
that is
pecuniary
BS.
interest.
I know this may be new to you. Don't do that. That's BS. That's inappropriate.
Gentlemen, we have extensive comments on the record from both of you. Extensive. Mr. Vos is not here. So I think we will have to end this conversation and keep the meeting going, because your comments from both your points of view were extensive. Okay. That was your point, to make some comments and to rebut those comments. That's been done. Mr. Vos isn't here to add anything constructive, so we don't need to keep going here. I propose that we move on with the next item on the agenda. Okay, the next item is the 2040 comprehensive plan.
No,
We had one for
Did I?
the unallocated.
Discussion of unallocated tax increment financing funds is the next item.
Thank you, and I'll grab that one too. It was just a thought that I had asked to be put on the agenda. So a couple months ago, there was a conversation about excess funds in some of the TIF districts, as well as remaining TIF funds from Victoria Flats, and a portion of the Victoria Flats funds were allocated to the Steiger Lake Lane East reconstruction, but there's still, I think, a couple $100,000 left there, and some additional monies from some previous projects. And they began having conversations and discussions about where around town that could be used. And to me, it seems as though when the tax revenue, and then therefore the incremental tax revenue, is generated in the downtown area, and there are some fairly significant expenses in that downtown area that need to be dealt with in the very near future, including ADA compliant sidewalks and crossings and public parking and some paver replacements. It seemed appropriate to me that we recognize that this money should be spent in the area where it was generated. And so I wanted to make a motion I wanted to get some discussion, but ultimately my thought was that we dedicate this money to be used in the downtown core business district where it was generated.
Okay, so to carry this discussion further, I think the total amount of future tax increment financing funds is somewhere going to be over a course of time around $800,000. Is that true?
That's correct.
And of that 800,000, in approximately 2 years, probably $500,000 might be available, and that relates to the original downtown revampment project,
Yes, TIF District 3.
just TIF District 3. And the other 250,000 relates to the Steger Lane, Victoria Flats project.
That's
True?
correct.
So I personally, as a counselor, I see the point that we've got this problem with our sidewalks. It's gonna cost, we've heard estimates between $100,000 and $200,000. And it needs to be done. It's a safety issue. So, I mean, we could get going on that right away in the next year, because that funding will come through. Steger Lane, there's still plenty of work to be done, finishing that off. So my only other discussion point is that, you know, our basically our project area for TIF is the whole city. So this is where you're coming from, is that legally, we could spend the TIF money anywhere. And of course, my question would be for discussion is, should we be talking about the whole downtown area as we envision it today? Meaning the central business district and the new 13 acres. One of the things we'll need with the 13 acres is there's a connection road between the bridge at the Wensman condos to the area that's going to be developed. That'll have to be furnished with sidewalks, lighting to make it pedestrian friendly, and so on and so forth. That'll cost money. There's other things that are out there. So I like the concept of not letting this money get out of the central business district, but I'm not so sure I agree that we should narrowly focus just on, I hear you though, I mean, the sidewalks got to get done. So that's my point of discussion.
I guess just to respond to that specifically, you know, we work with businesses to ensure that we more or less get out of the way and let them be successful, and adequate public facilities is an important element of that. And so when we're falling short, which I guess I've had to drive around a few times lately to go find a spot to park, and so from my perspective, we are falling short. And this is really the exact point of TIF is when there are demands created by the development that meet that test of qualifying expenses, that the money is available to address those issues. And so I feel like there is an issue and there's funds, and before it goes other places, I think those businesses that we've made that commitment to need to be served.
I don't necessarily disagree with the notion that TIF money should be allocated within the district itself. I disagree with the tactics here. I think the 2019 council and future councils will be more than adequate to be able to decide how and when this money gets allocated. If there is an unforeseen need somewhere else that might benefit from TIF, I think the newly elected members, along with the three remaining council members, are perfectly capable of deciding. I don't think we need Councilmember Striegel to tie our hands, and I think we can do that. Unless, of course, you think that, you know, things can get confusing up here sometimes, and people get confused on whether it takes 3 votes or 4 votes to allocate those funds, and might accidentally vote for something different. You know, if that's what you're concerned about, I'm not sure, but I think the 2019 and future councils will be more than adequate to be able to allocate these funds.
Any other discussion?
So I'm looking at the clock right now, and I'm guessing that my opinion matters for about another 45 minutes. And, you know, on this topic, there are a lot of things that we can do for our city. And we have worked very hard to try to gather all the information to allow people to make intelligent decisions about how we should fund certain initiatives for our city. And while I agree in spirit with Councilmember Striegel's suggestion that we allocate funds based upon, you know, where they are, from where they're generated, I'm not sure a motion is required here to do this. And I think future council can look to the citizens to help provide guidance. And one of the most telling tales that I've heard most recently about the potential use of these funds was the social media post. And sometimes social media can be pretty ugly, and sometimes it can be downright funny. This one was pretty humorous. There was a suggestion that we could participate with the county and allocate these funds to build roundabouts on County Road 11. The response that I read says, "Are you nuts?" I kind of agree with that. It should be allocated downtown. We have a parking study in process, citizens, business owners, council members trying to figure out how we provide better parking. I see former council member Amundson sitting in the audience, and I recall over 8 years ago a very lengthy debate with he and former council member Paulson. Do we have a parking problem or not? I think it's pretty clear that we could benefit from more parking, and we're still in that place, or still in that position. I also agree that, or assert that we will never solve a parking problem, and if we do, that's when we're spending too much on parking. We address parking from an approach of minimizing challenges with parking, not solving it. That's how you optimize the spend. And I think we need to carefully consider how to use these funds to address parking. And that will be a future council's decision. Thank you.
Any further comments, Mr. Councilor Gregory?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Thank you for the discussion. I wanted to.
It's a good discussion. I'm on the parking task force, and we can't belittle that some funds will be needed sooner or later to help us in that regard. So I tend to agree with Councilmember Gregory that the new council is well-informed, will be well-informed, and has its priorities straight. I would never take that TIF money and go spend it 10 miles down the road. I think it belongs in the downtown area. It's how you define the downtown area that might be subject to debate. But the parking issue, the sidewalk safety issue, we don't even know if our lighting is adequate in all places, making it even more pedestrian friendly. That's all still out there. So I think it's good to bring it up and discuss it. I personally am not ready to make a motion.
And that's fine. Again, I was looking for the debate, looking for the awareness. I agree with Councilmember Crowley. You'll never solve the problem, and nor should we try. We don't want to be a suburban strip mall where we've got miles of pavement with a few buildings sprinkled in. So it has to be a very thoughtful approach. And there is an element of timeliness, and if the funds are used for other ways, then it becomes a much bigger project to spend, to generate and allocate dollars through bonding or whatever means to address the problem. And if we want to ensure the continued success and vibrancy of our downtown, I think action is needed sooner than later. So I agree, it will be a topic for the future council to address, and so that's all I have to say for that for tonight.
I just want to reiterate that about a third of the monies we talked about are going to take about 25 years to show up. So there's not a pot in the back room somewhere that people have available to them. So the next item on the agenda, Comprehensive Plan 2040. Pat.
Over the past year and a half, the city has been working with the steering committee to draft a revised comprehensive plan to submit it to the Met Council by the deadline of December 31st of this year. The steering committee is a broad cross-section of the city and has been working with the public to draft the comprehensive plan with the assistance of staff and Hoyson and Kogler, our planning consultant. Part of this review process, an important part, was the Planning Commission holding a public hearing. They did that on November 20th. The Planning Commission discussed various components of the plan and recommended approval of the plan with three ideas to be researched further. Those were, 1, adding language to the flex employment district that specifies the type of businesses desired are higher level employment businesses. 2, limiting the number of townhouse styles in any individual development to ensure development is less vulnerable to downturns in the market. And then 3, look at adding language to work with the school district to find appropriate locations for a future high school, but also for just future schools in general. Tonight, staff is requesting the City Council adopt the attached resolution authorizing staff to submit the draft comp plan to the Met Council by December 31st of this year, the deadline. The resolution does not approve the comprehensive plan at tonight's meeting. After the Met Council reviews the plan in the next month or two, their comments would come back to the City Council. We would present those comments to the Council, and then at that time you would formally adopt the comprehensive plan. Staff wanted to highlight some of the recommended land use changes that have been brought to our attention over the last couple weeks since you last saw this. The first one is that the University of Minnesota owns 2 properties that are on the north side of Highway 5. This one where the highlighter is, it's guided for low density residential. And this one, it's again Highway 5, north of Highway 5, that's guided medium density residential. I've met with the representative of the Arboretum. They have no intention of developing those 2 parcels in the near future. Staff is recommending to guide these properties as open space, and if ever they do come in and want to develop it, we would just have to do a comprehensive plan amendment, discuss what the appropriate use would be at that time. So I think we're covered, but in the meantime, I think it's probably best, if they're not going to redevelop in the next 10 years, just to guide it open space.
Does that have any impact on our density calculations?
No, open space is not used to count against density requirements. So it's kind of a wash.
The numerator and the denominator.
But
Right.
you lost the property that was generating high density.
The medium density, right. Hoyson and Kogler did a calculation saying that does not hurt we're still above the 3 units per acre.
So it did affect it, it just wasn't material.
Correct. And then the additional, there's 3 requested land use changes along County Road 11 that the City Council should discuss before we submit this to the Met Council. The first one is the Schmeek property. And I use this map, and there's been some questions about the map itself, and I just want to reiterate the comprehensive plan map that goes to the Met Council, and it will be part of the comp plan, is this land use map here. It doesn't show any of the roads, any of the collector roads. It just shows what the proposed land uses are. We have another map that we use internally to talk to developers, to talk to property owners, to talk about the ideas of where these possible roads would be located. And it further defines specifically what are wetlands, what are the steep slopes, things like that. So it's just more detailed in nature, but it doesn't go to the Met Council, and it's not part of the comprehensive plan. So just want to clarify that. Anyways, the Schmeeks property, they own about 63 acres south of Marsh Lake Road. There is one little area, and most of it is, as you can see here, guided for low-density residential. There is one area that's approximately 3 acres and is guided for medium-density residential. They would like to have that be guided to low-density residential. And again, because it's so small and it doesn't affect their density requirements, staff is comfortable recommending that change to the comp plan. The second proposed or the requested change is the Vogel property. That's further south County Road 11. Vogel's own approximately 14 acres. Roughly 5 acres of that property is guided for high-density residential. It's approximately right here where the cursor is. The other part is guided for medium-density residential. A sketch plan was included in your packet, again, just to provide an idea of how the land is proposed to be used. Please disregard any actual location or roads. That wasn't the intent of including that, but just to get an idea of what the developer is proposing. Multifamily housing is needed in Victoria to accomplish the city's goal of increasing the housing variety in the city to provide life cycle housing for Victoria's residents. In addition, another goal is to disperse multifamily, specifically high-density housing in smaller areas throughout Victoria to ensure its long-term success. And you can see here in the south area, there's one area here guided for high-density residential. There's another area farther south guided for high-density residential. Another area here guided for residential. And then there's one more in the west growth area. So both of the two growth areas, there's only 4 areas that are guided for high-density residential. Should also be noted that high-density residential is allowed within the downtown area. With that, staff recommends keeping the Vogel property as guided. However, if the council could change this high-density to medium-density, again, it would not affect the city's minimum density requirements as studied by Hosen and Kogler. The third request is the Welter property.
I mean, I own it. Can I have a request to have it changed?
If you want to go through the entire staff report and then open it up for public comment.
Yes, we'll go through his report, and then we can open it up for a few comments.
The third change is the Welter property. Again, that's even further south of County Road 11. That is, because of the size of it, it's 95 acres. It has several land use designations. There's the high-density residential designation, medium-density residential, low-density residential, and then the flex employment. Golden Valley Land Company has a purchase agreement for the Welter property. They are requesting that 5 acres of it be in the flex area be re-guided to high-density residential. Staff would recommend the City Council not re-guide this area from flex employment to high-density residential, as flex employment district is intended to diversify the city's tax base, to withstand unforeseen economic cycles, and also to provide employment opportunities for Victoria residents that can work closer to where they live. Having a balance of employment opportunities supports the guiding principles and goals of this comp plan and results in a more sustainable and resilient community. For comparison purposes, I always like to compare when you're making these decisions. Victoria will be a larger city population base than Chaska when fully developed. However, only 165 acres are guided flexible employment in Victoria compared to Chaska's 671 acres of office, industrial, business park. So essentially, Chaska has 5 times the amount of business office park than Victoria does, even though Victoria will be a larger community once it's fully developed. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council make the following changes to the draft 2040 comp plan, and that you adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of the draft comprehensive plan to the Met Council. Those changes are adding language to the flex employment district that specifies the type of businesses desired are higher level employment businesses, limiting the number of townhouse styles in any individual development to ensure development is less vulnerable to downturns in any one product line. And then third is adding language about working with the school district to find an appropriate location for future school facilities. Fourth, changing the land use map for the Schmeek property from medium density residential to low density residential. And then lastly, changing the University of Minnesota property from low density and medium density residential to open space. And with that, I'll take any questions, or you may want to open up to the public. I know the developers of those properties are here.
Any council discussion first, based on what you just heard? I have a question. All these small potential adjustments to move high density out of a certain area, change it to medium density, or in one case there's high density going into the flex area. Did you say the council has prerogative on that we should discuss tonight, or did you?
Yes, you do have prerogative, and if you even make all those changes, we'd still be over the Met Council minimum density requirements.
Well, I was trying to understand what the aggregate, because these are all small. I mean, 3 acres, 5 acres. So if you add them all up, what did we just do? What are we doing to the plan in the sense that the flex area is kind of sacred, that we need to get more commercial, because we're going to have about a fourth of the commercial that Chaska does when we're built out at this rate, which is crazy, since the commercial tax rate's twice the residential rate. That's where we want to go. We need some tax base to get through the next 20 years. So, you're saying that have you got a schedule that shows these changes and how many units we just flipped from high density to medium density to low density? What are we talking about?
I do not have a schedule showing the changes in total. We are trying to look at it at a more by request. Staff is suggesting that 2 of the requests are very easy to make without any ramifications to the city or the densities. The other 2, the Welter property and then the Vogel property, are a little more challenging. That's why staff was recommending actually not changing those. Specifically, the Welter property, changing that from flex to high density residential.
That, to me, it looks like that would be the right decision not to change it, because that flex property is so valuable. And if you really want to develop some commercial base, that's where it would be. So you're displacing commercial property with high-density residential.
Yeah, well, if we're going to have that discussion right now, I think it begs the question. I know we're like, okay, we're ready to sign off on this, but why do we have such little commercial on this plan? If we know that, I mean, if 5 acres is so sacred to this plan of hundreds of acres, I feel like we should have more on here. I feel like we're inadequate in that area. But as far as the high density, I feel like we almost have it's almost been a blessing, because we've got D.R. Horton just a little bit to the north wants to change his high density to medium density, but then just a little bit to the south we've got they want to change the flex to a 5 acre high density. I think that's a match made in heaven, personally. To have apartment buildings next to office building, I think that's good synergy. I don't think that takes away from the tax base so much. I mean, I don't know if you have Golden Valley Land Company here or not, but they drew 2 large apartment buildings. I'm wondering if they know, have they had conversation with people that are interested in those types of products, or is that just kind of an idea or a thought that those 2 buildings could go there? They drew them in. They drew one at 120 and one at 105 units. So I'm just wondering if they're here, if they have...
They are here, and you can ask them that question.
Okay, great.
What's the difference in the tax rate for apartment building and retail or commercial business?
The tax rate for commercial is 2% after 150,000 in value, and I believe the apartment tax rate is 1.25%.
So it's quite a big difference.
And what's the city's portion of those? The same thing? City's portion is directly related to that?
Yeah, the city's portion wouldn't change whether it's
Okay.
residential or commercial.
Any further discussion before we open it up to comments? All right, let's open it up to,
Reserve the right for more comments.
we will reserve the right for more council comments, but we have some people that want to speak.
I'm Paul Vogel, 1652 Church Lake Boulevard, the owner of that 15-acre parcel, or 14, whatever. And just wanted to change it from high density to medium density. I do have a buyer that's interested in it. And as it sits right now, do I own it, or what can I do with it? I can't build it, and I'm paying taxes on it for 30 years, and I'd like to sell it, and it's kind of got me landlocked. Do I own this property or don't I?
So how many acres do you have, Paul?
Well, it started out as 15. Now with County Road 11, I don't know if it's 14 now or how they. But and not only that, it's not only just that partial of my property. It's only like 4 acres of my property. I mean, it ain't even my whole property.
Mr. Vogel, is your concern that the way this is guided right now or how it's set up right now?
Well, I have a potential buyer to buy it in medium density.
I understand. And
Right.
Can I finish my question, please?
Right.
Is your concern that by putting this plan in place, it will keep you from doing that?
Well, I'd like to sell it while I'm still young and I can use it. I ain't got an extra 20 years to sit on this.
I understand.
Right.
And so if the concern is that it's guided differently, that doesn't limit you in what you can do. This is a plan, and the plan will change. It's not saying you can't go do this. And so I understand your concern. You own the property.
Right.
And you want to do with it as you desire. I would ask staff, does this plan, as it sits, keep him from doing that? If he wants to change the guidance, we still have to come up with the Met Council guidelines, but if he does something differently than what's guided here, it means we have to do something different somewhere else in the plan to accommodate for
it. In theory, yes. So one of the things also is just the density. I think it's high density residential is 12 units per acre or more. So that could accommodate townhomes at a denser development than your typical apartment building. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an apartment building. It's more about the density. And there are senior housing developers out there that are interested in doing a one-level development at densities that are around 12 units per acre.
That's high. What's medium?
The medium, I believe, is between 6 and 12 units per acre.
What is that land currently guided? Agricultural?
It's a good question. In the 2030 comp plan, I do not know.
Agricultural / commercial, ain't it?
2030 was medium density. Okay. So I guess I'm just going to suggest that this should be a guiding plan for what's out in front of us. And I think to negatively affect somebody who has a plan and a proposal in front of us today is the wrong thing to do. And so knowing that we have that and we have all these other little bits and pieces that we want to move around, I think before we submit the thing, that should be in here. It should be accommodated. So if we need to change something to prevent causing harm to a tax-paying citizen, we should do that and then figure out how to accommodate it in the plan, so we're not constantly going back and resubmitting to Met Council.
How many total changes are you suggesting and then adding to that, Mr. Vogels? 5?
Yes,
And that includes Mr. Vogels?
correct.
I think that in itself is miraculous, to go through this and have only 5 concerns out of this entire city. And I think I'm fine with going and making the change for Mr. Vogel.
I can go with making the change for
Yeah,
Mr. Vogel.
and just one more point to the tax base. Even though it's less, the tax base is less, but when you put up a building like that, just the Victoria Flats alone, that's a $15 million building, and that's 80 units. And again, I don't know if we've got people ready to build, but you're talking one unit, one building, 100 units, 120 units. Those are big buildings, and those are going to be revenue-generating projects. Compared to, we don't know what flex could be built there, but I don't think we're going to be losing our tax base by making that switch.
It's residential to residential, so I'd be for this one.
I'm very much in favor of this one. I feel like we're creating a man-made hardship if we don't.
So we have a consensus, unanimous consensus to make this change, particular change.
Then the next question is the Welter property, and that's the one going from flex employment to the high-density residential.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. We promise we won't take up too much of your time. I know it's been a long evening. But I guess first off, before I begin, I did bring some
Can you
handouts.
identify yourself, please?
Pardon me?
Identify yourself.
Oh, absolutely. My name is Kevin Teppen. I'm with Civil Site Group out of St. Louis Park, and with me is Matt Pavick with Golden Valley Land Company. Before I begin, I did bring out a handout that might graphically help visualize some of my 4 talking points this evening. Would it be okay if I... Again, good evening. Like I said, my name is Kevin Teppen with Civil Site Group. I first want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I also want to thank the opportunity for the ability to work with staff over the last few months. They've been a great help in kind of help us guide through a lot of this sketch planning that we've been doing. And tonight we just wanted to cover 4 quick topics regarding expressing our observations and concerns over the proposed land use on the Welter property. The first item I wanted to talk about is when we took a look at the Welter property, knowing that we're down in the southeast portion of Victoria, we wanted to take a look at what's going on with the land use regionally. So the first couple of pages, the first page on here is actually from the 2040 comp plan for Chaska, your neighbor to the east. And so I wanted to quickly identify that on the plan, they're identifying that this is a greenway that's along the east side of County Road 11. Again, our property is running smack dab in the middle. And on the second page of this, they're also identifying that that property is not within the MUSA and is not planned to be brought into the MUSA. It's meant for farmland, a greenway belt, which is one of the things that Chaska is known for. And page 3 in the packet is right now the current draft form of the 2040 comp plan for Chaska. Now, I know that we're not Chaska, but because you are right next door to them, I thought it was important to take a look at context from a regional standpoint and then zero into what Victoria is proposing. So, as you can see when you look at this map, we have some major transportation corridors. Highway 212, the expressway. We also have County Road 10 going east-west, and then County Road 11 and the extension of it all the way down to 212 down on the southern end of Chaska. I think you can see as we leave 212 and moving towards Victoria, there is a commercial node that I believe will be a grocery store in the near future, as well as a lot of purple, which is a lot of office flex. that is proposed east of the southeast corner of town. We've heard a lot from staff, and we appreciate their concerns on the importance of the commercial and the flex space that's part of the future land use. But we wanted to at least just initially show you what your neighbor to the east is doing, so we can get a context of what might be happening in this area from up until 2040. The next page, which is your 2040 South Growth Plan. Sorry if it might be a little out of date based on some of the maps we saw here tonight. We took a look at kind of what you're doing on the Main and Main corner, which is the northwest corner of 11 and 10. A lot of office, a lot of flex space, and about 52 acres of proposed commercial. Now, I want to put this acreage in a little bit of perspective of maybe what you're used to seeing on the ground. A lot of these power centers that were built in the late 90s and early 2000s, those are 30, 35 acres. Most of the major strip centers you see around town with a grocery anchor, those are about 20 to 22. And anytime you go to a Target property or a Walmart or a Hy-Vee, those are 12 to 14 acres. So you've got a good chunk of commercial land that's been identified as future commercial. I'm not sure what the full discussions have been over the years, but when you have 52 acres of it, is that enough? Is that too much? That's not for me to answer, but I want to at least put it in context. I also see that, if you feel that there's maybe too much commercial, there could be some opportunities on the west side to take 15 or 20 out of it and turn that into flex, because flex is very, very important. And we've heard tonight over and over about the tax base and the diversity, starting with the budget and then seeing how much you want to add. Again, these are ideas that we noticed, that we thought about. We just wanted to express our thoughts. The third item is the pump house. So if you look at the 2040 plan, it's identified that down in the corner of the Welter property, north of the railroad tracks, that the city needs to go ahead and provide a new pump station and well and a water treatment facility. Now, wells and pump houses, they are definitely a copacetic relationship with residential neighborhoods. They're quiet, they're not large. I think it makes a lot of sense. Spuck has been doing them in residential areas for years, your neighbor down to the south in Shakopee. But when you're talking about a water treatment plant, I get a little more concerned. The next page is about the size and massing of what a typical water treatment plant would be. And you can see in relationship to what the single-family neighborhood is, most of these water treatment plants, it's a business. It's a municipal business, but it's still a business, and majority of them are located in business parks, or they're located in large open spaces of parkland. Your Eden Prairie is located in a business park. Waconia is located in an industrial area. Chaska is on the edge of industrial, but it's more their public works facility area. And Bloomington is located in their industrial or office park area. The reason for that is because of the massing and the scale, that it does not make sense in a lower residential district because of the type of use. And this is just the examples that I've seen all over the metro. We wanted to pass that along to maybe it makes sense since it's a business type entity, maybe it makes sense to be south of the railroad tracks where your flex space is. The last item that I wanted to bring up before Matt wanted to say a few words was the high-density housing. The current location where it was about a mile away from the commercial district, and these days we see a lot of the high-density housing, whether it's apartments or senior, located adjacent to business or adjacent to commercial because of transit, because it's more of a compatible use than per se in a lower residential area. That's a pretty standard land planning analysis that really is done all over the metro. It's common in Chaska, it's common in Shakopee, common in Eden Prairie, Plymouth. A lot of communities that I equate to what I think Victoria is becoming or can turn into some of those great cities as development comes here. But I think by locating it closer to a use that maybe makes more sense, would be more synergy to it instead of being in a lower residential area, might have some value. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Council. Matt Pavick with Golden Valley Land Company. I'll just add a couple more words. We've developed a number of properties in Victoria. They're going great, and we're looking forward to this next project here. We just want it to be the most successful possible project we can have. And we think by doing kind of what we're proposing for land use, we think we have a better opportunity to move the project forward as fast as possible by focusing the medium density and low density on the north side of the railroad tracks, south side public building, the water plant, and then some high density residential, and then also some flex business remaining for whatever. So we kind of have all three uses down there on that south side that are kind of more compatible. So thanks for your time. We just wanted to kind of let you know what we would like to do. So thank you.
Do we have anybody here from the committee itself?
You're up, Dave.
Just curious.
Yes, please, give us some insight as to,
I would just like to understand or curious if this was brought up to you and
As far as
these requested changes here and do you think they should be accommodated, or were they brought up previously during the process? And if so, why were they not accommodated?
you know, everybody is trying to figure out what's going to be the best for the city of Victoria. We don't have the magical formulas, you know. And I know a couple of members, and John, I don't know if you agree that, you know, some people thought, well, we could have housing, you know, high density south of the railroad tracks. And like I say, we didn't get into specifics like this. So it was kind of, you know, uncertainty. We're working on so many different items, we didn't get down to those little
and
tactics.
So what are your thoughts in terms of what they're requesting? Is this something that you're in favor of, or is this...
My personal?
Yeah, well, as a member of
You know, I wish I would have known when we're doing this what I know now. Okay. I'm getting better educated, and I'm seeing what's going on in other areas too as well, you know, and like with the housing, I think they're speaking the truth about, you know, high density housing going around commercial, you know, not out in the middle of a cornfield. And just, you know, you start opening your eyes to this once it's brought up to you, and you go, yeah, God, that's where they're building them, you know, a lot of these big projects. So that's my own opinion.
I understand. I thank you. And, you know, and I look at the picture of the Chaska water treatment plant, and that's a plant for 25,000 people, and I don't think we're guided for 25,000 until 2040, and we already have a plant that covers half that volume, so I don't think we would have that big of a facility in that location.
Right. And the thing, too, is amazing. At first, the steering committee, you know, they were really against kind of commercial, and I started enlightening them about tax base. Yeah. You know, hey, we got to have tax base because what if recessions come and blah, blah, blah. And so a lot of people, they started calling me even up, well, tell me a little bit about this. And the one thing that I heard, though, over and over again, they didn't want to be like Chaska. You know, they said, we're not Chaska. We don't want to be like Chaska. We don't want to see all these industrial parks everywhere. You know, you go down the roads, so.
Well, this plan keeps us not like Chaska.
Right.
I mean, we have, what, 25, 30% of the mix that they do. So this is a plan that says we're not like Chaska.
Right. And another thing that was brought out by one of the business people, was it Dick Hawley? He was saying, well, you know, commercial is really going down. Everything is going to come by drones anyhow to your doorstep and that. And he says the whole symmetrics of commercial, you know, everybody's working out of their homes now. They're not building all this, and that's why we don't need big commercial centers. And, you know, but like I say, who are we to decide where it's going to go?
No, but you have an opinion that matters. What do you think we should do?
Me?
Yeah.
You know, I'd say you got a request like that, I would think that it would fit in the mix. That's my personal opinion. So, okay?
John, what do you think?
Well, it's been one heck of a process.
Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. John Carlson, in the Woodlands Development, 752 Tilia. Thank you. You know, some of the discussion here is similar to what we've gone through in the planning process, and you've been exposed to this before as well. Heard a lot of comments about the fact that, boy, you know, even with this, we're going to get more commercial and mixed use, and so we're going to have a little bit more diversification of our tax base. But comments are coming from the council of, boy, you know, it really would be nice if we could have more. And then we look at one that's kind of modest here, and then we're going, well, gosh, we got people that they don't like it where they're at, and they're property owners, so they should be able to do what they want. And that's the dilemma with this. I would say if you read your documents, you'll see the word tapestry, where everything is connected. There's been, how many hours has been put into this process, would you say? How many dollars have been invested in this? It's been not done without, it's not been a whim, and a lot of professional work done as well. And that's one of the tough things about being a council member, because you want to make everybody happy, and it's their property. But, you know, that's where we're coming at it from the standpoint of the big picture of the city. From what I understand, you can correct me, Pat, but there is some aspect of flexibility with this. When you start getting to specific zoning requests for real property, is that not correct?
Well, in the areas that are guided commercial, there's flexibility on allowing residential in those areas, but the flex employment, it's strictly for those high employment businesses.
Yeah. Keep in mind, too, that when you do this, you're trying to look at the cost efficiency of your whole infrastructure. So we could put, you know, let's say somebody, property owner over here is not going to complain if we go ahead and put, you know, flex and high density and all that, but what's our infrastructure like? If it's not efficient.
Well, and that was a question that maybe it's a question for Kara. There's a reason why that space was selected for sewer and water connections, and it most likely has something to do with that. Kara, do you have a comment on that, or?
Well, I would just say it's already in process. The decision-making that's been going on is all built on that plan. So I would just say tapestry, everything's connected in this plan. So if you start pulling the levers out, just realize that you are creating implications.
We can't suddenly decide to move the water plant. That there's been a lot of thinking. So the water plant's probably there. But it's really, how much is this affecting the overall plan? And, you know, we can't set a precedent forever of making all these little changes.
So I'm more conservative as it relates to making changes to the plan.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm still the city engineer. In terms of the land use changes, the first thing when the process started, I wanted to remind the committee that we already made decisions about how much density we were going to have generally in this area when we did the 10-year ago comp plan, because we already have sewer in the ground that serves this area. So the process and changes associated with infrastructure to serve this area really started back in 2001 when we put a 30-inch pipe in the ground when the Watermark development was going in the ground. So the numbers matter, but at the end of the day, the land use changes that have been requested are small enough that they aren't going to impact the pipe sizing or anything related to that to the sewer on the city system, because they're such small changes. In terms of the water treatment plant location, I haven't seen that information that was shown to know how those plant sizes compare to what we would specifically be looking at. We haven't gotten that far in our process yet. The existing water treatment plant that we have in the city is right next to houses without any issue. So treatment plant placement, I think we would continue to work through on the concept level in terms of its actual precise location within a development.
Would the water treatment plant be any bigger than one we got right now?
The consultant had recommended a fairly large size, and I haven't had an opportunity to get to the bottom of why such a large size. They may have been co-locating storage at the same location, and we've been talking about separating storage in the long-range plan, so
Kara, if I
to be determined.
interrupt, I think the consultant was recommending a large site, not necessarily a large building.
Right. That's correct, yeah. Like a 5-acre site be preserved. Yeah. I think I answered those questions.
Okay, so we were just talking about the Welter property, is that true?
That is correct.
And how many acres are we talking about here again?
5 acres of changing from flex to high-density residential, south of the railroad tracks.
And no changes north of the tracks?
Well, again, the sewer treatment plant, I think that's something we can work out over the concept plan, not necessarily with regards to this comp plan.
But this high-density residential will be moving to the flex area.
That's what the request is, yes.
Okay,
to
so
change it.
it's not only changing the density, it's moving it
Correct.
to somewhere else where you don't own the land.
No, the Welters own that
They own
land.
both?
Right,
North
on both sides of
Okay,
the
so
railroad
they do.
track.
Okay.
So if you add up the 2 or 3 different density changes that are requested, it's what, 14, 15 acres, right? Something like that total.
Yep.
And I just did some quick math, and it looks like developable land in this map is about 1,400 acres. Adding up the ABC or the zones A, B, and C. So do we need to argue about 1%?
Well, that's the question I had at the beginning. Is there a spreadsheet that just shows these requests and how many acres we're talking and what the change in density is and what the numbers are? And is it material? And
1%.
1% of
the developable land.
the council can't keep doing this every 2 weeks, but maybe we can do it
Every 10 years.
So I think there's a point here, materiality. It doesn't change the overall density number we can achieve for the plan that has to be submitted to the Met Council. We're good. This isn't gonna blow us out of the water.
That's correct. It will not.
Cause some concern because we wanted to keep the flex.
That's the biggest concern, yes. That's correct.
Make a proposal.
Good, you want to?
Mr. Amundson,
I've been lucky enough to do this 3 times. I don't know how my times coincided with comprehensive plans, but that's like winning the bad lotto. Tim Amundson, 9046 Lakeside Drive. The previous area we put a lot of thought into commercial down in that area. Not high-density housing or anything else, but commercial, especially around that rail track, understanding that Southwest Metro Transit line had the potential to extend from Eden Prairie down through that area on that railway and improve somewhat of the transportation-related issues that come down through that area, and that's one of the issues. But that's neither here nor there now. You guys have spent $100,000 trying to get this plan through, and the only challenge I ask, and I'd ask the future council to consider, is you never get a report card. You send something every 10 years and you never get a report card from the Met Council as to how all they track, and God bless Jules Smith, but all they track is sewer. It's the only report card you get is sewer. So you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars going through this minutia that you're going through and never get anything back from the Met Council other than your sewer allocation and has been there or that. And it seems to me that, these are the challenges you face as a council person and as a planner. But, if you're going to make us spend all this money, well, then tell us how we're doing. Well, I don't want a bigger I don't want a Met Council, but I don't want a bigger Met Council. But the reality of it is it just seems like a waste of money, and it's a cause of consternation for all these folks and, you know, let your conscience be your guide. And I also don't think, though, that just because someone's there to build on it, you should consider changing certain areas from commercial to residential, especially. I'm sorry, it's just me, but I know they sell them, but those houses right on a rail line, seems like there's a better use than putting people on that rail line. There seems like it'd be the perfect spot to put commercial or high or density or something like that, but just
Well,
that
I
input.
think that this plan is a tool for the city, and its secondary is the fact that we have to do it for the Met Council. I like to think that we're gonna get some benefit out of this, and we need to do it because we wanna grow in an orderly manner. So, to me, what is the difference between, just answer one question, what's the difference between flex and commercial? 25 words or less.
Do I speak too much? No, flex is high for employment, for business park type. Commercial is for retail and high density residential.
Okay, so business park type, that could be offices, that could be some retail. It's mainly
Mostly offices,
businesses
showrooms.
with high employee
Right.
and ratios.
And again, I believe the reason why they put it down by the railroad, because that train does go by 3 to 4 times a day. And
Because of the railroad.
Because of the railroad. And that's why you didn't want the residential down there in the beginning.
Any further discussion? We have to move on this one way or another. I would propose that we would, Ben, we would take this change under consideration and do it. I know that puts a blotch on this flex, but we'll be able to, the plan is good. These guys are here, they're real, they've got some genuine concerns. I have no problem making the change. It's just me.
So is what you're proposing, taking the 5 recommended changes that are in the packet and the 2 additional?
Yes.
I think so.
And of course, I don't want this to be a precedent. I would say we've got to get this thing solidified, get it off on its final course. But
Make a motion.
All right, do you have material to make a motion with? How do you summarize? Whoa. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to make the following changes to the 2040 draft of the comprehensive plan. 1, adding language to the flex employment district that specifies the type of businesses desired are higher level employment businesses. Second, limiting the number of townhouse styles in any individual development to ensure development is less vulnerable to downturns in any one product line due to changes in the buying pattern of the general public. Thirdly, adding language about working with the school district to find an appropriate location for future school facilities. Next, changing the land use map for the Schmidt property from medium density residential to low density residential. Next, changing the University of Minnesota property from low density and medium density residential to open space, University of Minnesota being the Arboretum. And B, adopt resolution number 1869 authorizing submittal of the draft comprehensive plan to the Metropolitan Council. Where in there are we talking about the Welter property and the Vogel property?
And then what you want to add would be change the Vogel property from high density residential to medium density residential.
Okay, well, I'm extending the motion. We would change the Vogel from high density to medium density. We would also change the Welter property from 5 acres, high density residential to, we would change it from the,
Flex.
we will change it to the flex height. What's,
From the flex employment to high density residential.
from flex employment to high density residential. Do we have everything?
I'd like to say that again.
Second the emotion.
Sure. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of this long motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay. None heard, motion carries.
And well done to the committee that put this together.
Yes, lots of work and lots of hours.
We
Very
respect,
appreciated.
respect that committee, and we respect the planning commission.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
You don't want to.
Okay, next item on unfinished business is the South Area Utility Extension. That will be Kara.
Mayor and Council, the next item on the agenda relates to the exact same area, interestingly enough, that we were just talking about. So I'm going to jump a slide to orient and then come back to this one. So same exact parcels of property that we were just discussing. So highlighted here in red are properties owned by the Schmiegs and then the Simon family. Orange is Dave Geshtock's property and Paul Vogel's property, and then the blue is Welter property. So as you've heard, since we've already authorized preliminary design, but as was brought up through numerous different agenda items tonight, what we're talking about is extending sewer and water to serve this area so that growth can continue south of Marsh Lake Road. So the council previously authorized preliminary design so we could start to get a better idea of what the proposed layout would be for the utilities, do some checking of what our preliminary costs had been, and have an opportunity to meet with the property owners affected by the project. And so the scope of the improvements include extending a gravity trunk sewer line and force main from the end of the Lake Town development down what would be an extension of Timber Terrace to Marsh Lake Road, along Marsh Lake Road, down County Road 11 to a lift station that would be located in a low area on the Welter property, including construction of that lift station, as well as extension of a trunk water line from the same location down to the Geshtock property. For the properties to develop, the Geshtock Vogel property would continue the trunk extension through their parcel. So the trunk line would end up running through their neighborhood in the streets instead of being out along the county road. And then the Welter property would connect to that. The lift station would be located here, so sanitary sewer needs to extend. Gravity sewer needs to be constructed by the developers of these properties to serve all of them. So they're very interconnected, and luckily the group had an opportunity to all sit down and meet in one room together to start to look at how some of these pieces fit together. So that work's been ongoing. We've also met with the Schmieg family to review what the preliminary layouts were. And that is included in your packet. It's a big, giant plan that was included that shows a much more detailed view of what the preliminary layout would be for the extension of Timber Terrace, as well as the extension of the sewer water lines that I just described. Specifically, we've took a look at where we can potentially locate those lines. Preferably, we're working to have them adjacent to County Road 11. And then the alignment that's running along Marsh Lake Road right now, as you look at it, appears to be running through the middle of their farm field. But this alignment better reflects what the likely alignment of Marsh Lake Road would be through this section. While we still don't know what we're building for a typical section, we did do quite a bit of work on the preliminary alignment horizontally for Marsh Lake Road, and in working with the property owners, had shifted the alignment a little bit further to the north, so these pipes are following that location. The point that we're at in the process is having completed some updated cost estimating. The numbers that you're seeing here right now are reflective of what we had previously presented and what are currently built into all of the budget presentations that Kelly gave tonight. We do, based on the preliminary work that's been done so far, we do think these numbers are conservative, so we're hoping that when we get through final design, the actual costs will be lower than what's shown here. But the point we're at in the process would be needing to have authorization for SRF to continue with final design. The estimated cost of the final design work is $89,810. What would happen next would be figuring out a vertical alignment for the road and vertical placement of the pipes so we can really dial in what the construction impacts are. During that process, we'll be continuing to work with the landowners to work through necessary easement acquisition where we need it, and some of the construction technique options we'd want to talk through, specifically related to where we'd be constructing the sewer and water through the Schmeeks property that's currently farmed. Wanting them to be able to continue to farm that land while we're putting the pipes in the ground, so we'd work through some of those details during final design. And then the project would be back in front of the city council to get authorization before we went out for bids. So you're just moving the next step in the process. Included in your packet was the financial impact scenario that Kelly had put together back when we first authorized preliminary design, and certainly that's here if you want Kelly to talk through it or if you have any questions. But what we are looking for tonight is a motion to authorize SRF to complete final design as noted. With that, we will happily take any questions you might have.
Council, any discussion on this?
No questions.
No questions. Looks like it's all wrapped up. It's nice to know that we didn't have any easement troubles. Sounds like we don't.
You know, they haven't agreed to the easements yet.
Okay.
So it's a process we have to go through. So the families, particularly the Schmeeks, because they're not developing, so they aren't intending to develop anytime soon, which is very different than the situation for Gashdock and Vogel. We will need to continue to work closely with them to finalize what those alignments are and work through the easement acquisition process. Julie's here certainly and can speak for herself, but I guess I would just note that we continue to meet regularly and have open dialogue about the process, and obviously won't get too far ahead of that.
Before we put a motion on the floor, Kelly, just give us a bottom line on this. So with this whole project, how much does the city have to go out and bond? Net.
So right now, the estimated costs are $4,690,000, and that includes well number 5, which Kara didn't have in her numbers. I'm estimating that we could have roughly 3.2 paid with reserves, so that would mean financing 1.5 million with bonds.
So 1.5 million conservatively.
Yes.
And how would we recover that 1.5 million? And over what period of time?
We'd recover it largely with the water and sewer availability fees and core fees.
Over 500 homes or what?
Yes. Yep. We have projections that the 500 homes would generate almost $6 million in revenue as they're built out.
Okay. Over how many years?
I would say
I'll end the question.
3 to 8 years.
Okay. So that the number, the 1.5 didn't include interest, so there'd be 600,000 of interest plus?
Yes.
So it's a couple million that we have to recover?
Yes.
Okay. Which should, now, the last time we did this was with the Wasserman area.
That's correct.
And we lived, everything, it's all coming together.
That paid back faster than what, I think we had anticipated like a 5-year build out, and I think it happened in about 3 that money got paid back.
So we gonna be able to pay the bonds back early then on the Wasserman thing, or?
Yeah, we typically can't, there's typically a call provision where
Yeah,
you
which they
can't
set up
pay
so
them
that
for
we-
7 or 8 years, but we could look at issuing possibly 10-year bonds too with maybe an earlier call date, so.
Okay.
But to be conservative, you know.
Right.
Probably want to do the longer
Okay.
term.
Can you put the motion back up? I'll make a motion to authorize SRF Consulting Group, Inc. to complete final design phase services for the South Area Street and Utility Improvements in the amount not to exceed $89,810.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay. None heard. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is reports to the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, I have to make a presentation that I hoped I would never have to make. In 2008, the city of Victoria hired an accountant. She came from Loretto, I think, at that time. Race forward to today in 2018, we are now faced with the loss of one of the best finance directors that I've worked with. And I have had the privilege of working with her and enjoyed it very much. Kelly Grinnell has been a big part of your institutional history here and helping somebody like me coming in to work for Victoria. Through hard work and taking advantage of educational opportunities, she's grown to the point that one of our larger neighborhood cities have stolen her. Her value and expertise obviously have been appreciated. Let me show you some of the achievements that she has made over the years that she has been here. First of all, recently we received a AAA bond rating. That's only given to about 25 cities, 28 cities our size, and we are one of the smaller cities that has that. So that achievement alone is simply amazing. Secondly, as you all know, every year since 2007, we have received the Outstanding Achievement Award from the Government Finance Office Association for the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Not all cities get that either. It's a lot of extra work. It takes a precise way of doing it, and it's a really good reflection on this city. Secondly, every year since 2012, you've received the popular Annual Financial Reporting Award, again from the Finance Officers Association. Again, a very important award because it is an award for a document that we send out to people to try to understand the financial condition of this city. Next, I'd just like to point out the annual expenditure increase from 2.9 to 4.2 million in this budget, and the utility customer increase from 2,300 to 3,200 with no finance staff increase. That's a lot of workload that we've added to this little department of 2 people, and it's been carried a lot by Kelly and by Trish. And then 2 final comments. The tax rate for the city of Victoria is now lower than it was in 2011, and the tax on a medium-priced house in 2019 is less than it was in 2011. Those are amazing statistics that have been done very carefully by very strong leadership by this city council allowing Kelly to do her job, but very much led by the staff that we've had here. So Kelly, if you please come forward. If I can get it out of the box. That's good. I'm not going to take it out of the box. We have a plaque we'd like to award to you. It's outstanding service to the city of Victoria from 2008 to 2018. Thank you. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, we have to tonight to say goodbye to 2 very important people on our council. It's always a challenge for me to come to a city on short notice with very little knowledge of what's going on in the city. I basically only knew where the golf course was and the Victoria House is really all I knew when I came here. What I found out that over the last year is that this city, over and above the strife between council members, is a well-run city with an enthusiastic council which works hard to lead the city. The important business of Victoria has been handled well by this council and surprisingly most of the time by unanimous votes. Tonight I want to revisit with you some of the things that this council has done during the time when Councilman Striegel and Councilman Crowley have been on this council over the last 8 years. They have been active council members who have worked to shape the present and future of Victoria. Here's what has happened. Just in the area of infrastructure alone, 10 more miles of street improvements for $7.9 million. We've buried the overhead utility lines in downtown and other parts of the city using franchise fees. We've built a 750,000-gallon water reservoir in Rhapsody Park, agreement with Minnehaha Watershed District for the Wasserman Park, created 6 new parks totaling 23 acres, and we built the Carlson Thune Community Bandstand and Lions Community Park Pavilion. In the area of services and buildings, we have created around-the-clock, 24-hour/7 sheriff coverage. We've created the position of full-time fire chief. We purchased a fire engine and one fire engine and refurbished a second fire engine. We built a new Victoria City Hall. We built a new public works building. In the area of future focus, we've changed the form of government to city manager form of government. We've adopted a long-term financial plan. We've adopted a debt management plan, and we've approved the 2040 comprehensive plan, finally tonight. During the time when these two council people served, population went from 7,300 to 10,000. The tax rate base increased by 39%. We development of 18 new final plats. The streets have 6.5 new miles. And businesses, we've had Victoria Flats, Victoria Borough, Main Street and Lake Street buildings, the Creamery building, and Enki in their new location. I want to say to both Tom and Jim that it's been a pleasure working for you, and on behalf of the city staff and the citizens of Victoria, I want to thank you for your 8 years of great service to the city of Victoria. One of the principles of government service, which I've always sought to achieve as a principle in my life, is the Athenian Oath. And I'd like to put that up. The Athenian Oath was something developed in Greece at the time of for the residents of Athens. And let me just read it to you because I think it exemplifies what you two council people have done for Victoria. We will never bring grace to this our city by any act of dishonesty or cowardice, nor ever desert our suffering comrades in ranks. We will fight for the ideals and sacred things of the city, both alone and with many. We will revere and obey the city's laws and do our best to incite a like respect and reverence those who are prone to annul or set them at naught. We will strive unceasingly to quicken the public sense of public duty, that thus, in all these ways, we will transmit this city not only not less, but greater, better, and more beautiful than it has been transmitted to us. You two have done that for the city of Victoria, and we appreciate it. Please come forward. I'm not taking them out of the box because I can't. These plaques read, "For outstanding service to the Victoria residents and community, 2011-2018."
So maybe we can have him back up a little bit and get that. Do you want to be in there too?
I don't know.
Yes, he does.
Back up a little bit more so I can get it. She doesn't want much in the background, so. Might hit the wrong button. Here we go. I think you might have had somebody's eyes closed. Yep. Oh, you did it again. There you go.
Okay, I've got some comments. Well, let's go around the horn here, Mr. Gray.
Well, Kelly, it's been a pleasure. I truly have enjoyed it. I spent the last year working on the finance committee with you. It's been a pleasure. We've had a number of private conversations, typically around TIF, and you've taught me a lot. I've learned a lot. I have a lot to learn, but you have taught me a lot, and I very much appreciate it. And I wish you well. I wish you well. I hope, and hopefully you'll stop in once in a while.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you.
Well, Kelly, first of all, I've known you for, I'm trying to think, 20-some years. It might be, it's between 20 and 25 years. But our paths crossed here just by random. But I've always respected your ability, and you've shown us in the past 10 years how much you can grow. And you grew from a person, an accountant at a desk, to the finance director, who's one of the most respected finance directors in the area, probably in the state. We are just losing so much. You've always been easy to work with. I find you explain things to me. I think you've been blessed to have a sidekick by the name of Trish Pollock. I mean, very blessed. She is wonderful, and every good, great manager has good people, and you've had that, but you are quite special yourself. I don't know, I can't say enough. We are losing so much. I hope we can recover. We have to recover, and we will recover, but I know you're going to do well at City of Chaska, and I know why they made you an offer, because, you know, they need you. So that's all I can say about that. I'm repeating myself. These two gentlemen to my left, I first bumped into, I've been on the council 3.5 years, and prior to that, I was on the finance committee for, 4 or 5 years, and before that, I was on the planning commission 7 years. But I bumped into these guys on the finance committee, and came to respect them. Not always agree with them, but those finance committee meetings were always fun. And so each year when you guys would rotate off, I was sorry to see you go. And I've respected what you've done here on the council in the 2.5 years that I've been here. And I found that I learned from you. And the things that Doug said about you are right spot on. I mean, you've been great city council people. You've supported the city. I think the citizens of Victoria really got a deal with you, because you know, through all of our ups and downs in the past couple of years with the lawsuits and all that, you know, my feeling was that you still had a lot to give the city, and we couldn't afford to lose you. So I'm glad I know you. You are a gentleman, and quite talented. So thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, the great ones always have lots of opportunities, and so you're just another piece of proof in that. I'm sorry to be losing you, but I'm so proud for you that you have that opportunity. You've clearly earned it for yourself. I mean, the list of accomplishments that Doug put up there is one that anyone would be proud to have as their lifetime work, and you have so many years yet to offer to the city of Chaska. So, our loss, but congratulations to you. And as far as serving together with all of you, it's been an honor. Everybody, I think, who's sat up here knows it's not something you do for power or glory, or certainly not for the money. It's because you believe in the community, you want to make it better, and you want to be a part of it. And I've learned a ton. I learned from you on Finance Committee. I learned on you on Finance Committee. It demystified all those weird government CAFR and PAFR and all those weird acronyms. And that has been a great thing for me in the spirit of lifetime of learning, is just to be all around all of you and the things that I've learned. And so thank you for the honor of allowing me to serve.
Congratulations. Very well done. You'll be missed. Thank you to all, council, to staff. Many years ago, as a junior in high school, I had an opportunity to shadow my father, who at that time was the county chairman for the Republican Party. And during that time, I was inspired by listening to the words of former President George H.W. Bush as he stood on the hearth of our family home and spoke to a large group of voters. I'm saddened by his passing. His many wise words throughout his life will always resonate with me, some of which prompt me to borrow or paraphrase and share with you tonight. There are those whom will attempt to focus on what I've done wrong. There's a much larger group, a majority, whom understand what we did right. I thank the citizens of Victoria for their support, staff for their dedication to our city, and I offer my best wishes to the new council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Anyone, any comments from Kelly? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you all very much for your kind words and the award. Really appreciate it. I'm truly grateful for having had the opportunity to serve Victoria for over 10 years, first as accountant, then finance manager, and then finance director. I really appreciate as Tom mentioned, that I've been able to grow in this position, and I'm truly grateful for it. Also truly grateful for the great coworkers I've had. It's so hard to leave you guys because we built such good bonds, and that's one of the hardest parts of it. And Trish Pollock, I can't say enough about her. She's just the best at what she does. So, and then finally the council. It's been really good to work with you. I've appreciated the trust you placed in me, the challenge you've given me at times, because that's helped me to grow. And Jim, when I think of you, I think of our debt management policy, and the how you wanted it to have some teeth in it. And it was really good that you did that, because I think that was one of the things that helped us to get our AAA bond rating. So thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm going to miss you all, and I'm going to miss this place.
Thank you again.
Yes. Sorry to see it end. Okay, if there's no other items on the agenda, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I move we adjourn.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, nay. Motion carries.
The gavel.